The regular commission meeting for the Village of Biscayne Park. It's Tuesday, August 4th, 7 o'clock. Roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Coviello.
Here.
Vice Mayor Anderson.
Here.
Commissioner Watts.
Here.
Commissioner Jonas.
Yes, ma'am.
And Commissioner Ross.
Here.
Okay, thank you. If you could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, welcome everyone to tonight's meeting. The first order of business is item 4A. I'd like to welcome Fire Chief Dave Downey from Miami-Dade County Fire Department. Chief, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Manager. Again, my name is Dave Downey, and I'm your fire chief, and I appreciate the opportunity to come by and just kind of bring you up to speed on the status of your fire department. I've been in the fire service now for 34 years and worked my way up through the ranks. Took over as fire chief a little over 2.5 years ago. Miami-Dade Fire Rescue provides you with a full-service fire department. We operate 68 stations, over 140 units, and we're one of the 10th largest in the United States. Last year, we responded to about 248,000 calls for service, and we did that with 2,400 personnel. 2,000 of those are uniformed. They're firefighters and the paramedics. Your fire department has had several accomplishments. We're the largest fire rescue agency in this country that's fully accredited, and we're actually going through the reaccreditation now. We participate in the STEMI network, which is a heart attack survival, and we're actually preparing with our other partners to publish some data. And I think you're going to find out that Miami-Dade County as a whole is one of the safest places to live with respect to out-of-hospital survival of cardiac arrest. And being a paramedic now for over 30 years, I can tell you that the advances that have been made are incredible. Where in the past we'd just have to take care of the pain and hope for the best, and damage was done, we're seeing reversals now of the heart attacks. We're doing the same thing with strokes and seeing some tremendous improvements. Despite all the budget challenges we've all been through, I'm here to tell you your fire department's strong. We've taken on new apparatus, 30 new fire engines. One of them will go over here at Station 20. One's already in service at Station 30. 20 new rescue trucks. And by the end of this calendar year, we'll have over 115 new firefighters on the job. We just graduated a class of 27. We have a class of 40 starting in 2 weeks and another class of 40 starting in 2 months. I provided you with an annual report that we'd sent to you, and I just wanted to kind of highlight it, and I think there were some copies if the citizens in the audience were interested. Just as an overview, we've been providing service since you became a village back in 1933. During 2014, Miami-Dade Fire Rescue responded to 191 calls within the village, and we did that with 293 units. So it's important to understand that we don't just give you a fire station, we give you a fire department. Oftentimes you need more than one unit depending on the complexity, and that's what we're able to provide. 84% of the calls were handled by either Station 20, which we call North Miami East, or Station 30 in Miami Shores. And between those two stations, you have 15 personnel on duty every day. 10 of them, at least, it's usually more, are paramedics. Again, important thing to understand is that of all of our fire trucks, we only have 9 left, and the 2 here aren't that case, that aren't paramedic engines. So even if a fire truck arrives, it's arriving with paramedics and the equipment to deliver advanced life support. So we're very proud of that. We're the largest system in the country that has that service. Of the 2,000 firefighters we have, over 1,800 of them are paramedics. There's 6 other fire rescue stations within 4.5 miles, so in the event of a major emergency, we can give 6 more fire trucks, 7 rescues, and 2 chiefs, a total of 47 more personnel. And again, the majority of those are paramedics. We do a countywide customer satisfaction survey, and best score you could get is a 5. our fire department, our countywide average has been 4.86, the highest of county service. But I'm proud to say here in the village, we have a perfect 5. So thank you for that. And our response times, that's the stick that the measuring stick we're always gauged against. With respect to structure fires, the countywide average is 6 minutes and 15 seconds. And here in the village, we're at 6 minutes and 4 seconds. So we're faster than our countywide average. But in looking at the numbers, and it's certainly something that I want to look at, our countywide average for life-threatening emergencies response time is 7 minutes. Here in the city, though, we're looking last year at 8 minutes. And so we're going to drill down into that and find out, was there 1 or 2 of those 191 that threw the average off, or is there something else that we have to look at with response time? We just put in this last 6 months into all of our fire stations a new alerting system that's going to dramatically increase the speed at which we can get the calls to the stations. So instead of having to ring the bells and alert the guys, it happens much quicker. We don't even hear it over the air anymore. So I'm hoping that improves, because remember, when I talk about response time, it's not just the driving part. All I know the citizens care about is when I call 911, you get to my door. And so all those other pieces you don't care about, but I do. How fast it takes us to process it, how fast it takes us to dispatch it, how fast it takes the guys to get out of the station, how fast it takes them to get here. So that's an important thing, and we'll certainly look into that. But that's really all I had, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them. And again, I appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Chief Downey. Any questions for the Chief? Commissioner Anderson?
Yep. Just one simple question. Are the trains impacting your response time to Biscayne Park? Because it seems like we're getting more freight trains coming through than we used to have.
Obviously, there is an impact. With bridges, we can control them a little bit better because we can call ahead and ask them to hold the bridge. Can't really do that with the trains. I'll have to take a look and see if any of those are in that place. A lot of times our folks will make a note of that and say, hey, look, we're being delayed by the train, and if we can send a unit from another side, we'll do that, similar to what we do on the expressways. Sometimes it's easier to send somebody from another direction to get there. So I'll take a look at it, though, but certainly is a challenge for us.
Right.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Chief. Did you have a question?
Chief, are you going to take a look at the possible impact of the all-aboard Florida system that's here? I mean, we used to have a station in North Miami that's on this side of the track that took care of us potentially better than one that comes from the other side of the track.
Right. Well, we actually have plans to rebuild Station 18. So that's one of our priorities. We went through pretty tough times like everybody else for 5 years, and now that we're starting on the upswing, I've got 3 areas in the county that are my priorities. One is Station 18.
Can the commission encourage somebody to support that effort?
I think our mayor, my boss, is on board with it as well. It's just a matter, quite frankly, what we're trying to do is find property. We have property now, but something that might be a little bit bigger to build a bigger station. One of the things I'd like to do is not only build that station, but rebuild the other 2 in North Miami that are 40-plus years old. The old Station 18 was at 135th Street and 6th Court, I believe it was. So we have property kind of within that same area, but we're looking to get a little bit more property, and we're working with the city to do that.
Okay.
But that certainly can help us. Anything that we can do to try to curb the response time challenges we work at.
All right, thanks again, Chief.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care now.
Okay, any additions, deletions, or withdrawals? Madam Manager? Additions, deletions?
Thank you. Yes, Mayor. We would, at the request of the applicant, pull 12A. They will not be in attendance tonight. And I'd like to add an item, 12H, which is a waiver of competitive bidding for the community signage project. And I will go into details at that time.
Okay, so we'll remove 12A, add 12H. Anything else from the commission? Nothing?
No.
Okay. Okay, public comments. Anyone wishing to make public comments, please state your name and address for the record.
Good morning, good afternoon again. Art Pyle, 1016 Northeast 114th Street. This is in reference to the changing of the code for driveways, swales, etc. And I've read it over very closely, and I just need some confirmation on a couple issues to see if I'm reading this correctly. One of the issues is that, and it's been an issue that I've always had, is parking overnight in swales. We've always been against it because the cars are too close to the street. Now, as I read this, it looks like cars are not permitted in the swale under this new code, which I'm definitely in favor of it. But it doesn't really say it specifically. It says that cars must be on, let's see, it's 5.61. It says off-street parking facilities shall be provided within the lot of all properties, where the swale is not within the lot line of your property. So that means all parking must be on your property. So I'd like confirmation of that. If that is true, then who's going to enforce that? Code enforcement or police? Because if you park on the swale, is it police or code enforcement? If you park on the street, it's police. If you park in the swale, I think it's code enforcement. So most of my issues have to do with that. And, you know, how are you going to make sure that when you pass this, that no one parks out there anymore? Which they shouldn't be doing. Thank you.
Good evening, Dan Samaria, 1030 Northeast 121st Street. First, I was hoping the chief was going to stay here, but I already told him before that time. I wanted to say firsthand on how good of a job our fire department that we have around, that serves our area. I stepped on a piece of glass that went through the bottom of my foot and was really deep. And I went to a couple doctors that were open in the area, and they wanted so much money. So I went to the fire department on the 16th Avenue, I think it's about 138th Street. And without even a hesitation, this was on a Sunday, without even a hesitation, they served me and was able to take out the glass and basically could save basically the bottom of my foot. So I just wanted to comment on that. That's how good they are. My comments tonight are in reference to new business, Section 12G, discussions of village boards' relations to the commission and staff. If it is the intention of this commission to dissolve all the boards, and if so, why? It was the commission's idea about setting the boards up in the first place. As the chairperson of the Recreation Advisory Board, I believe that this administration might have a problem with this board because I am the chairman. I would like to know why. I think I know, but I would like to hear it from this administration. As a board, if we are doing something wrong, we can correct it. Just let us know. I will save my further comments until the subject matter comes up in the new business section. And will the representatives of the 5 advisory board be allowed to participate in the discussion? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
Hello, my name is Kristen Montori. I live at 515 Northeast 115th Street. I'm here because I had a discussion with Heidi a few days ago, Monday, regarding open house signs in the village. We currently don't have anything specific in the code regarding open house signage, except that no signs are allowed anywhere, except on the property that's being sold, and then it's only the for sale, for lease, for rent sign. It's been difficult to hold an open house and get drive-through traffic. And so I just wanted to request an update to the section 12.2 or some other reasonable accommodation, because there isn't anything in particular about open house and open house directional signs. I wanted to let you know that as of yesterday, there are 15 properties for sale in Biscayne Park with prices up to $392.87 per square foot. We are seeing record prices in Biscayne Park, and anything you can do to help the realtors working in this area to accomplish those sales is only going to help the bottom line of this village. And something that we discussed would be possibly prior notification for open houses And I think another possibility would be to have agents register the same way that you would have a vendor register in order to, be, I don't know, $35 or something crazy like that, just to have it on record, get a copy of our license, something like that. Something to accommodate all the realtors working in this area. I spoke to a number of realtors who do a lot of business around here, and they don't hold open houses in Biscayne Park for this exact reason. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Janie Anderson, 11th Place, 119th Street. First, I want to thank everybody involved in the night out last night. Chiefs, Shalisha, your staffs, Chuck, everybody. Really great job. Well attended. I just have one request, because back in the dark ages, many moons ago when we used to do the night out, we always did a caravan. And I think of it as the Winterfest parade, but without Santa Claus. And it was kind of cool, because you drive through the city, and people who didn't necessarily come out, even for free food, would see the strength of our police force and see the presence. And if maybe you guys would consider next year making the caravan kind of part of the night out. Newsletter, great job. Love having it mailed versus one more thing hanging on doors and in the middle of your yard. Love the good neighbor column. I hope you guys will expand it. The part, though, that was in there about the trash, garbage, and recycling, I would have loved to have seen the crux of that ordinance, which says if those cans are not for pickup, they need to be behind the front facing. We still have significant issues with cans stored in front of garages, in the middle of some plants. Is it a petty little thing? Yeah, it's a very petty little thing, but it's easy to fix, doesn't cost any money, and it goes a long way to making the city look so much better. I mean, I don't know whether people are uninformed or just stubborn, but it shouldn't be that hard to follow. The swale ordinance tonight. Thank you guys for bringing this forward. Without waiting till you can make an ordinance for all things for all people, that too is going to go such a long way to cleaning up the looks. My only concern, I don't think anyone needs 2 years to come into compliance. If you can't pull a permit and secure your finances in a year, you're not going to do it in 2, and it's just postponing the inevitable. But thanks.
Okay, thank you, Jeannie.
Good evening, all. Milton Hunter, 646 Northeast 114th Street. I wanted to start first with an announcement for those here who perhaps haven't read or don't read our community blog regarding the in-house stormwater photo program. Say that 3 times fast. In short, we're looking for a couple of volunteers to assist us in gathering before and after photos to determine what, if any, flooding issues are present in the village based on the engineer's guidelines. Once the program has been completed, we'll present our findings to the commission as well as any other relative party. And if anyone here tonight is interested, please see me afterwards. Moving forward, I wanted to comment, as I was unable to attend last month's meeting, on a couple of points. First, I'm of the opinion that we should, as a matter of common sense, secure competitive bidding on any large village expenditure whenever possible. I believe it's naive in the absence of competitive bidding to know with any degree of certainty that we're not overspending or being taken advantage of. And if you'll remember from a past commission and staff, this very example was proven correct when an item was put to bid over the recommendation of a previous manager. Second, I wanted to review our fiscal status. We did, as was mentioned, make some progress from a status of deteriorating to that of inconclusive. An inconclusive financial status, in my opinion, is not a green light to continue to push for spending on projects that are unrealistic in size or scope. I believe it's naive to think that our property values are going to continue to climb at a 10% rate. I believe a reasonable argument can be made that our real estate market is yet in another bubble, and we need to prepare for that possibility. Governments and nations alike across the globe are all drowning in debt, with really no way to stimulate sustainable growth, and I don't believe now is the time to be taking speculative risks with our taxpayer dollars. We cannot continue to layer debt on top of debt in order to satisfy new projects that you deem necessary. And you cannot view the taxpayers as an ATM with unrestricted funds in which to draw upon. You as a group need to understand that we'll never get all that we want, and please understand and come to terms with that. Again, let's hear plans on how we can look to reduce or eliminate our debt load before we launch headfirst into new additional debts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Milt.
Chuck Ross, 1166 Griffin Boulevard. I want to talk about Crime Watch for a minute. As was mentioned earlier, thank you, Janie. We had a great turnout at the barbecue yesterday. I want to thank the commissioners that attended, the police. I want to thank the chief for his idea to do the barbecue in the first place. Christian and Shalisha that helped me organize it with the chief, and Caesar who helped me go get the barbecue, and Walter Pettis who lent the barbecue. And if I'm missing anybody else, I apologize. And all the people that showed up, of course, and the manager, and the clerk, and Roy Camara, that's who I'm missing, who did most of the cooking. So forgive me if I missed anybody. One thing, yes, I did miss somebody. My wife, who saved us when we ran out of food and went to the grocery store. And so thank you, Rox, and got us the extra provision so we could feed the rest of the people. And I want to apologize for those that had to wait. Next year we'll have 2 barbecues going, not one, and we'll double the food. We'll learn from our first mistake. I guess here this was our first barbecue. So moving along. Art came up here and spoke about the swales. I happen to be in agreement with Art. I think that there should be no permanent parking in the swales, and there shouldn't be any further paving of the swales for parking. And I'm not quite sure it's clear that this is addressed or not. And I know I'm not alone in my thinking. Also, there's a couple of things that I notice on a regular basis. What you have properties where they don't have sufficient driveway space for their vehicles that park at their houses. So you'll often see two cars in the driveway and a third one's on the lawn. Or sometimes you just see people, well, anyway. So that's an issue. I don't know how we solve that particular issue, but I notice it and I think it's a problem. And the last thing I see is, let's see if I had another item. Those are my main 2 things. Oh, that there should be no permanent, what you see often is you see people and they permanently park in these swales. And I don't think that cars should permanently park in the swales. That's something if you have a temporary parking space because you have a party and you guests, etc. So, one last thing that was brought up last meeting by Ginny over here, because they live near the church, but in general, I read the noise ordinance, which is Chapter 2, Section 10, I believe, and, yeah, 10.1, Section 10.1. And I think we need to beef up our noise ordinance because, as I read it, the enforcement period is from 11 p.m. till 7 a.m. And, that needs to be changed. And I think that if people are disturbing the peace, I'm not sure we can enforce anything out of those hours. There's something in there about 100 feet, but then when you continue to read, it talks about 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. So when we're doing, I'm sorry, David?
Yeah, I was going to say, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but typically the way they're drafted is that it's between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. It's de facto unreasonable noise, regardless of the level.
Right.
I think that's...
No, this actually has like provisions about if it's 100 feet and you can hear it like 100 feet away and...
All right, we'll
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay, good. All right, so that, but I think we ought to tighten the code up on the noise ordinance. That's my point. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chuck.
Dan Keys. Gave you all a dissertation I wrote today regarding the swale ordinance. I'm sure you all spent the last hour and a half reading that. But please do read it. I think there's some interesting questions in there and recommendations. I start out by saying I think generally the code needs to be kind of combed for construction issues and wording in general. I pointed out a few issues that I personally have an issue with, that being the requirement for borders around gravel driveways. I don't believe that people that have existing driveways should be required to retrofit those with a border. There's some other commentary there with regard to, possibly dropping the border requirement for gravel driveways for a auxiliary space, I called it, that would be in excess of the minimum parking requirements. You can read more about that. Had a question there that I brought up before. Don't know if the answer was sought after, but I have a real question as to whether or not the requirements for people to maintain the trees on the public right-of-way is going to preclude the village from cleaning up debris that's caused by trees that fall down on the right-of-way. I really think you need to check into that issue. That's FEMA and FHWA funding. If there's a preclusion, if you have an ordinance that said the trees are the property owner's responsibility, you no longer have a dog in the race. The village, no longer has an issue there, possibly according to FEMA regulations. So please check that. And I'd kind of like to hear an answer to that in discussions that come up, today and on second reading. In reading the ordinance, we introduced the word driveway into this section of the ordinance, and when we're really talking about parking. The section was on parking requirements, okay? Off-street parking requirements, and we immediately started to change the language, and we referred to things to driveways. Driveways are different than parking. You can park on driveways, but driveways really are a path to a parking space, such as a garage, for instance. So read what I said, see if you think there might be some tweaking required there. Personally, the swale is there for parking, and I don't think you should restrict that. And the idea that it's okay for parties, but it's not okay for overnight parking, there's no possible way that you're going to go down the street every day and see who's having a party and who's not, and who's parking there. The problem is, apparently, that if somebody parks there all the time, they're wearing out the grass. And I'm not sure that this ordinance talks about that in enough detail as to how you may want to improve the look of the swale without precluding parking. Switching gears to the ordinance that is going to allow variances for roofing materials, I believe it is. I just wonder if there are going to be separate variance guidelines for the commission, as there is for other variances, or whether it's our general 3 or 4 things that need to be satisfied for that. I mean, obviously, we've talked a long time in this community about, what materials should be used for roofs, and if the commission can, vary that at the drop of a hat, that kind of wouldn't be what we were looking for.
Okay.
Thank you,
Dan. Dan, I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. You just sent this today, right?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
It was like 7 pages.
Very
so
late. I know, no.
Okay.
Barbara Kuehl, 111th Street. One thing that nobody mentioned is the discussion item about having yardmen and tree trimmers register with the village for a fee, and I really think that's a very bad idea. I really don't know where these things come from, what's driving it, because I feel that most lawnmen, most lawn services, they're working on very slim margins. I don't even know how they would be aware of this. I don't know why they would have to be burdened with a fee, which they'll probably have to pass on to the homeowners. And if they do a lot of customers, they wouldn't be a big deal. But if you're only doing 1 or 2, it just seems like a very unfair burden for absolutely no purpose other than giving more money to the village. As far as tree trimmers, I was just discussing this with Commissioner Watts. I use tree trimmers who are licensed and insured. So if there's a problem, I have some recourse. I don't use people that just drive down the street, and those aren't going to be the people who are going to register. And I think this village is over-regulating too many things. I'd like to talk about the budget that was presented at the millage hearing, because you're going to be talking about the budget. And And once you get to it, you only have 2 days. You have it broken in half, and that's going to be it. And I looked at the not included in the budget list, and you have the manager listed $100,000 for professional median landscape plan, $100,000 for a master plan for road improvements, $50,000 Ed Burke master plan, which is $250,000 in master plan. Now, I realize we don't have the money, but I would hate to think if we had the money that you're serious about spending this on these projects. An additional $5,000 for the recreation programming needs. You know, this recreation department is supposed to be, it was set up to be self-sustaining. I don't even know what things we're running ourselves. I did notice there was a $1,200 line item for that barkathon, Bark in July. I don't know what it's called, but the dog's coming. And somebody told me that when they were talking to people there, most of them were from the shores. So where are we spending our money? Do we have any accounting? Because I asked this last budget hearing, how many residents are being served by this recreation department? I would really like the hard numbers. And how many are from other communities? Because I do not want to spend another $5,000 to support other residents from different communities. On the list, the want list, $1,600 for a utility trailer for Public Works, $5,000 for a reel mower for Public Works for the field. You know what? I'd like to see the money spent on that. That's what we do need. Public Works, you know, everybody complains about how we have shortchanged Public Works. These are the things that are on their want list. Landscaping on medians cut $6,000. Tree trimming and removal budgeted $5,000 for the year. Commissioner Jonas likes to say the best we can be, and he wants to spend more money. Well, you know what? Move things around, because you are not spending enough of our budgeted money for these things. Irrigation system on 6th Avenue. I don't know how long, Dan can probably tell you how long it's been broken. It looks like crap. And there never seems to be the money to just get it fixed. Again, not even on the list. These are the things that I want. I don't want $100,000 master plans, because you know what? When you think a landscaping master plan for $100,000, do you think they're going to tell you, you know what, we've done it, and now for $5,000 you can make this place beautiful? No, they're going to tell you you need $500,000 to carry out fixing everything. So do you think residents know that you're even talking about figures like this when there are so many things in this village, like not having money for a lawnmower, not having money for a trailer, that these things are going lacking? You have garbage cans here that don't have a fence around it, which is against our code. And where's the money for that? So I agree with Milton. Stop thinking pie in the sky and start taking care of the village to make it look better. And I know I'm running out of time. The other thing, you know what? You can do anything to the medians, you can do anything to the roads, but until you get on the homeowners to clean up their houses, to fix the dirt patches in front of their houses, to try some landscaping, to try to make this village look better, it's always going to look like a pigsty. And there are homeowners that have put a lot of money into their house, and they're living next to, like Gary and I, homes that look like they're falling down. So I don't care what you do at the medians. Get the homeowners to adhere to the code and get more code officers. Thank you.
Harvey Build 450 Northeast 121st Street. I like the idea we're only going along with section 5.3.4, except the first part of it, in C, it mentions paving the swale. Swale is normally meant for collection of rainwater and overflow. If you're paving it, it's not going to work. Why are we allowing paving? We also use that area, so if somebody's walking along the street, we haven't got sidewalks, they can walk over to the side, get off the street. You can't walk over if there's a tree. You certainly can't walk over if there's a BMW. Thank you.
Volkswagens are okay, though, Harvey. Gary Kuehl, 111th Street. I think you're all aware, because it came up briefly in the last commission meeting, that there is a house that installed a metal roof that doesn't comply with our code. Not only doesn't comply, it's in violation of about 3 different aspects of the code concerning metal roofs. It was denied by planning and zoning, but apparently a permit was issued, and the roof went on, was completed. You've got to ask yourself, how does that happen? Is it just a simple clerical error? No, there's a lot more to it. We have a full-time code compliance officer. We've paid to have 2 people certified as code compliance officers. We have a building official who's supposed to inspect roofs. That's 5 people. 5 people that are supposed to at least have a passing knowledge of our code and enforce it. And you mean to say out of 5 people that nobody saw this, nobody knows the code, and this just goes on? And what's the proposed solution to this? I see on the agenda a proposal to change the ordinance concerning metal roofs to allow for variance. So instead of looking at the procedures, instead of looking at responsibility, instead of looking at what we do to prevent this in the future, we're just going to create an out. In other words, if you break the law, we'll go ahead and change the law to accommodate you. I think this also speaks of really the laissez-faire attitude I see in this commission towards code compliance. I don't know how many of you really drive around this village, and I see people park helter-skelter on our lawns. This has nothing to do with passing Chapter or Section 5. It's within our ordinances now that you must maintain your properties. And when you have people persistently driving over their lawns, creating new driveways, it's a violation of our code. Week after week, we walk around, we see immense piles of trash. I came down 116th Street, 2 facing properties had so much trash it was actually in the road. You could not get 2 cars to pass. Garbage cans. We send a newsletter out, please put your garbage can away. What about everything else in the code? What about construction debris? You can't put out furniture. Put your garbage cans behind the house. The days you're supposed to put your garbage cans out, it's not even mentioned. These may be small items, but it's the broken window theory. Not even the theory, it's the actuality. You look at El Portel, which has very similar property values to Biscayne Park. Their property values are going up faster than ours. You may be pleased that ours are going up, and they are going up quite well, but El Portel is doing better, and drive through El Portel. You don't see what you see here. We really have exceptionally poor code compliance. And to appease a few, do not offend a few in the matter of enforcing the code is a disservice to the many, because it does decrease property values. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment period. And we move on to item 7A, the financial update.
Good evening. My name is Claude Charles, and I'm here to present the financials as of June. Hi, my name is Claude Charles, and I'm here to present the financial as of June 30th, 2015. On your agenda, if you look at the section 7A on your agenda, there you can see the VLI financial position as of June 30th, 2015. The summary is based on the approved fiscal year budget 2014-2015. The village is at 75% of the fiscal year, and it shows the revenue at 84%, while expenditure are at 67%. What that means, we are pretty much in good standing. However, there are a couple items that I would like to point out to you. If you look at the section of the revenue, the charge for services, it has 138%. The reason is because what's included in that charge, they are the building permits, the electric permits, mechanical permits. As long as the revenue goes up, because the more permits we issue, the more revenue we get. This is in direct relation with the section on building department that shows at 99% on the expenditures. This is a cost-sharing cost, which means if we issue more permit, we get more revenue. The expenses also goes up with that because of the fee that we pay to the inspectors. The other one is the judgment and fine, which is at 100%. That is related to code compliances. So the more revenue that we get, and then that explains why the revenue are already at 100%, although we are only on June. The other item that I wanted to point out is the finance that shows still at 80%. Again, on the last meeting, we explained it was due to the financial payment that we made to the auditors. So that stays there, although there are certain measures that have been taken. So we hope this this expense will be controlled until the end of the year. I think Maria just passed over a sheet that will explain the capital improvement fund, which is directly related to the construction that we are doing. As of today, we have collected from the state 633,366. Our expense is at 774,674. There is, however, a payment of $487,748.55 made, the state made to us on June 17, 2015, that is not reflected on the statement because we are doing only on June. That will be reflected on the statement that we presented for the July financial.
I'm sorry, how much was that?
487, it's on the bottom.
487,748.55. Okay, that will be it. If you have any questions, please.
Okay, thank you, Claude. Questions from the commission?
I have a question, and I apologize that I didn't.
Go ahead, please.
This with you, but and you could just come back to me, at a later time. When I look at the ad valorem taxes, which most of them are paid, most of it is paid, early on in the fiscal year. They usually come in January. I see that we still have sort of outstanding from what we budgeted, about $140,000 for real estate taxes.
That is.
And I wonder if we can still anticipate receiving that revenue, or is,
We will get that revenue. So the number that you see there were taken directly from the payment issued by the state.
Right.
By Miami-Dade, I should say. So therefore, yes, we should expect to get to the 133,1461.
I'm just trying to figure out how do we account for that amount of money if it's only for people who maybe are objecting to their tax assessment, or is it possibly for abandoned properties?
The way Miami-Dade made the payment, for example, if there is a delinquent account, they don't just go ahead and make it. They made it once they collect.
Right.
So that's probably sometimes that explains the delay on certain accounts, which is why every month almost the amount is different from one to another.
What I'd like to do, to answer your question more in depth, is look at last year and see what kind of payments we received in the last quarter, and that might help us to project a trend, or
Right.
look at last year and the last 2 years, and see if we can project a trend of what comes in very, very, very late.
Because if it's a matter of delinquent taxes, when those tax certificates are sold, then we should receive that sometime in the summer, or August, maybe
Right.
now.
Right, and that's what I want to see. I
Okay.
think, I seem to recall it was the very beginning of the first quarter and almost towards the end of the last quarter is when we get them, but I want to confirm that recollection.
Okay. And then last question is also on the revenue side, the franchise fees are are at 63% received. And I wonder if that's a timing issue because they're usually paid to us after the fact.
On that number, we're talking about, there is the fee for waste pro, for example. So far, we have collected at least from 50% of that only.
Right.
So out of 42, we only get 23,560.
But that's also a Florida Power and Light franchise fee.
I'm sorry?
That would also include Florida Power and Light
That is
franchise fee,
correct.
right?
We are at 70, we only, the projection for 118, but we only collected 75,589 so far.
Okay. Thank you very much, Claude.
You're welcome.
Okay, Commissioner Anderson?
Just one question I have. On the description on revenue, where it says other income, what is other income? So I see it's only 29% that we've received so far from what was budgeted.
Well, as Claude's getting the list of what is other income, I can also point out that the 29% is not 100% of what was taken in. If you recall, we gained $84,000 in the sale of our sanitation trucks, and the commission passed a resolution putting that into the capital improvements fund. So that's not necessarily reflected there. It's reflected on the second sheet that you had. It was originally in there, but because of the resolution, we were able to transfer that out. But now Claude can list out some of the other issues that are.
What's in there is just, you're talking about the towing revenues, interest earning, newsletter advertising, reimbursement, and also there is a proceed from capital list, which is about 92,105. But from that, but we haven't collected anything on that yet. So, if you're looking at only certain item that we have here, the towing revenue, we didn't get any of that at all. We projected at 2,000, but you didn't get any revenue out of that. Interest. The newsletter advertising, for example, we are at 1,250. Gain on sales assets is about 10,870. So we don't really, the biggest item here that goes is the proceed from capital lease, which is at 92,195, and then there's nothing when you come to that. That was the projection at 92,195, and then we don't have any revenue out of that.
Because I'm just concerned what we budgeted for revenue compared to what we have is such a big, such a difference.
Which one?
On the revenue, on the other income, where we budgeted 111,695, and what we've actually received so far is 32,862, which is only 29%.
Which is why I explained there is a line item that says proceed from capital lease.
So that didn't show up in here, it's showing up someplace else, but it would be part of this.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay,
It's
anything
important
else?
to point out also, if you can scroll up, Maria, it's on the screen, that Claude included a line, no, I'm sorry, Claude, yeah, the other up, is the excess of revenues over expenses is about $400,000 at 75% of the year. So we're ahead in our revenues.
Okay. Anything else? Commissioner Watts, anything?
Yeah. I was going to ask a version of Rob's first question, which is it typical for us to be only at 89% on ad valorem at this point?
I'll have to confirm that.
Normal to be 11% back?
I'll have to confirm that. I want to remember that we were around 90 or 93% at the last quarter of the year last year. For some reason that was in my mind, but I want to go back and look at those numbers.
Okay, thank you, Claude. All right, consent agendas, motion to approve.
I'll second.
Motion by Commissioner Jonas.
And I'll
second by
second it.
Commissioner Anderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any noes? All right, motion carries 5-0. Ordinances, first reading. Ordinance 2015- I'm sorry, ordinance 2015-04.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending Section 5.3.4 of the Land Development Code entitled Objects in the Right-of-Way to provide regulations pertaining to the swale area, amending Section 5.6 of the Land Development Code entitled Off-Street Parking to provide regulations pertaining to off-street parking, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for an effective date. It's first reading. Request to make a motion to approve and set second reading. And we usually have 2 public hearings. Legally, we don't have to, but we always have
We
a...
do.
Yep.
Okay, so we will open it up to the public. Comments on ordinance 2015-04.
Barbara Kuehl, 111th Street. The one thing that everybody seems to agree on is that they don't want people parking on the front lawns, which now I don't think there's any real provision not to allow it, and this does make that clear. Except, how are you going to enforce it? I mean, honestly, I really feel sometimes that you don't understand the process in this village. You're happy to pass an ordinance, but I've never heard anybody discuss how you're actually going to enforce it. Because what happens is 8 cars park on the front lawn, and our code enforcement officer can give them 8 violations, and then as long as they've removed the car between that date and the actual code compliance board hearing, they're fine. If they've moved the cars, they're in compliance. So they can park there every night of the week, just move it the next day, or in the morning, or whatever, go to work, and there's actually absolutely no enforcement of this. So you need to address this. You need to address the same problem that they have with the overgrown lawns, the garbage cans put out, the garbage on the wrong day. You can put your garbage out the day that after the garbage collectors come. It can sit there for 7 days. They can get a courtesy notice, and then when it goes before the board, they'll say, well, are they in compliance? This is 3 weeks later. Yes, the garbage pile is gone. Okay, no fine, nothing. So you need to figure out with your attorney how to address these problems. Otherwise, you have no way enforcing parking on the lawn. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Barbara.
And I'm not going to comment on anything else about this swale ordinance because you had several workshops with Park and Parkways, the Code Review Board, and then the commission spent about 3 months going over this. You came up with a rough draft, and you never thought to get the boards back for their comments. So I'm not going to comment. You're on your own. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Barbara. Anyone else?
Yeah. Dan Keys, just for the record, I'd like my previous comments regarding this to be on the record, and as well as the written information that I provided. Thank you.
Harvey Build, 450 Northeast 121st Street, Section 5.6. I've got problems with the driveway being less than 30 inches from the property line. After doing some research, the whole idea of this was so the runoff for the driveway would not affect the neighbor's property. As long as the people have made allowances for it, either having a ditch alongside, having a French drain, have the surface tilt back towards the house, they are in fact meeting what was originally meant. So the runoff water does not in fact go onto the neighbor's property. So we are now in fact changing that to something that doesn't make any sense, just going simply by the distance. That's not what it was meant for. The distance was meant to make sure of the drainage. The other thing is now you're asking people whose driveways are like that, well, yeah, it was approved, but now we're changing it, so now you've got to come back to us to ask for a variance. It was approved years ago. Why are you changing it? If somebody decides to change the material that's covering it, the driveway's still the same. The 30 inches is still the same. It doesn't make a difference if they're changing 50% of it or 100% of it. They can't take off 30 inches of it. However, they can in fact make sure that there is proper drainage for the driveway. That's what it actually should say, proper drainage, not necessarily less than 36 inches. I guess the other part of it is the 36 inches and, there's one other thing that I thought about for it. But that's what we need to do. Let's base it on something that's there, and it was only the drainage. And then saying to people, they got 2 years to change it? Lived in the house for 50 years, it's been approved before, now you're saying you've got 2 years to change it? That part doesn't make any sense. Thank you.
Good evening. David Raymond, 11520 Northeast 9th Avenue. Couple of things on this. One is, I guess the big question is when you define the swale, how are you really going to define that without having everybody have survey marks in front of their property to know what the swale is? I mean, I just ask that as a general question because I'm just not sure how you would know when the property ends and where the swale starts or vice versa. And if so, then does whatever's in this proposed ordinance match the code for people's property? So if you can't tell exactly where the line ends, are you required to do the same thing on your side of the property as on the swale? Because, again, without those survey marks, how do I know where I'm supposed to trim my trees and keep all these? I'm just wondering how that would actually go into effect, you know, how you would operationalize that. The other couple things are, for example, in our house, which I'm very grateful to Christian and Heidi for getting the folks out to come pump out the water and pump out the muck from our drain that's out in front of our house on 9th Avenue. If you go up the street here, you'll see that's one of the really bad flooding areas. At high water mark, all kinds of stuff washes up onto either my swale or my property. I'm not sure where the line is. Because it floods out. So there's leaves and muck and dirt out there, and I do try to keep it away, but that's something I really can't control until all of the drainage is dealt with, because stuff's going to continue to wash up there and across the street, where it's even worse on my neighbor's side. So I just wonder how people will be held accountable for things like that when the water's coming into effect. And then the final thing is the trees that we're supposed to trim that are coming out over the swale. We love it here. This is a great neighborhood. So please, notwithstanding the two comments I just made, it's wonderful here. We're very happy, and it's beautiful. And the medians that get crisscrossed, where you've got a tree canopy, are really nice. And I would hope that nothing in this ordinance would start getting people nervous about trimming back their trees, because I'm reading that going, well, do I trim where's my tree start and your trees end, and those kinds of things. So I hope that that's taken into consideration too, that people don't start thinking, because it looks like the way it's written, it's almost like a liability issue, like, keep your trees away, because if they fall on somebody, they're going to get hurt. So hopefully people won't come in there and just start cutting their trees down along the property line or the swale line or whatever it might be, and we lose some of the beautiful canopies because they're just great. So thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Art Pyle, 1016 Northeast 114th Street. I forgot one issue before. In relationship to that those 30 inches for driveways along the property lines, in the old days we used to have 5 feet, because 5 feet was a 5-foot radius for your driveway, so that where the driveway goes to the street, you had a 5-foot radius. That made that arch, so you didn't drive off the edge. With the 5-foot radius, you don't have a problem with your line of sight for your visibility when backing out with your neighbor. If you reduce the driveway less than 5 feet to the property line, who's going to tell your neighbor they can't plant a bush out there at 5 feet if their driveway is at the other end of their property? Now you can't see. Who's going to trim that bush? Your visibility is affected by that bush. I can't cut the neighbor's bush down, but he can, if the new code goes into effect for the 5-foot clearance, I won't have visibility. The 5-foot gave you the visibility. With you, the neighbor has 5 foot, you have 5 foot. Things were perfect. So you got to make sure that if you're going to make your driveways closer to the property line, you have to take into consideration the visibility of that driveway when you're backing out, when you have a 5-foot clear zone, because you won't have it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, anyone else? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public comment, open it up for discussion. Who wants to start? Commissioner Anderson?
One of the things that Mr. Keys brought up, and I'd like to ask our attorney, is how does, on the trees and stuff, if we have a hurricane or tornado come through, if we pass this ordinance the way it's worded, how does it affect us as far as municipality to clean up and get reimbursed from FEMA or whatever other agency? We're talking about, I'm talking about just catastrophes, not just a tree fell over or died.
Right. It's an impossible question to answer for this reason. Next week, I have to fly to Washington, D.C. for another city because FEMA deobligated $2.2 million from Wilma in 2005, and they closed it out 3 different times, and they deobligated in 2012. So the rules change all the time with FEMA, I can tell you that. But having said that, there's nothing in here that, with FEMA, the clearing of the roads, the public roads they pay for. There was a time they even paid for private entries, and if there's things on the way to the school. So, you know, the question would be to FEMA, and they do change these rules often, but if you're clearing the public roadways, that's a public purpose. If the property's on the swale, the trees were on the swale that fell, they've consistently paid that in my experience. What they'll do next year, if they change their rules,
Okay.
I can't tell you, but my experience in the last several hurricanes, we haven't had one really since 2005, is that they pay for anything on the public right-of-way that came from a public area such as a swale. There are a lot of communities that require the neighbors, the abutting property, to maintain the public right-of-way, including the trees, and in all those cases, FEMA paid it in my experience.
Okay, so that was my concern, is what was brought up. This wouldn't preclude on a disaster if FEMA is still paying the money.
Correct.
We can go ahead and clean the roads and probably get reimbursed.
That's how they've done it in the last hurricanes, correct?
Okay. Thank you. No.
I got a couple things.
Okay. I just want to say, well, I agree with, I actually had it in my notes here that I agree with Barbara, the comment, we need to come, and I actually just thought of it for this particular ordinance, but you're right, it should apply to other issues as well in the village. But, you know, Miami Beach has issues with noise, right, noise violations, and with noise violations, you violate it, you turn the volume down, you're in compliance. So we have to have some type of tiered enforcement where if you violate this, if you're found to be parking on your grass and the code officer cites you, that's your first violation. If you're cited for a second time the following week, then it's a second violation, which carries a greater fine. I mean, there's got to be some way to enforce this. Otherwise, she's right. I mean, this is just going to be, it could go on and on and on with really no ability to get anything. I mean, there's no incentive for them to comply.
Correct.
So I agree with that. I think we need to incorporate that.
Just very briefly, some communities incorporate an NTA process, a separate process, which, unlike 162, does not require a courtesy notice for non-emergent circumstances. And that's one of the issues a couple months ago that when Mr. Kuehl came up, we mentioned that we need to look at that. And I know cities that do that, but it does take, we need to get with the manager, because it does take staffing, and it's a different process. And but that's what other cities do, because they're frequent and they're reoccurring, and the second you give that courtesy notice, they'll comply it. So it's something that I can get with the manager and talk more about. Notice to appear.
Yeah, and there should be a tiered violation amount, so that as a second violation, it's going to be a higher fine.
I agree. We have that in a number of things. It's like people putting trash out on the wrong day.
But if we need to, we will.
This type of violation just lends itself to that type of enforcement.
The manager and I have talked a little bit about it too, and we'll get together and see if it's something that will work here.
It wouldn't be part of this ordinance.
It's really, right, it's your code process, your code citation process.
So the wording of this ordinance can go through, but we can then have, on the code side,
Which references this
to
ordinance's
reference this.
ability to enforce.
So
the
this
state
doesn't have
process.
to change the wording in it.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
And there could be other items that the commission wishes to fall under an NTA or PTA type process.
Correct.
Promise to appear.
And as far as parking on the swales, I mean, I agree, it's not ideal to have people park on their swales, but I think the alternative is if they're going to park on their front lawn, I'd rather them park on the swale on an approved driveway surface. And I think it's just going to be too difficult to enforce. Some folks say, well, it should only be for visitors or overflow parking, but it's a nightmare to enforce that. So I think as it's written now, it does allow parking on swales, correct? Correct. Okay. Yeah, I think that the percentage of impervious maybe could be decreased, because I agree that the swale should be for drainage. So I don't know that 40% is the number. How do we come up with that 40%?
I'm not sure how the board came up with it, but if you take an average lot width and you want a parking space that's about 20 feet.
Is that how the 40%? That's how they.
I don't know, but I'm just.
Actually, what it currently is. It's 40%. Okay. Other comments?
You go first.
First of all, I just wanted to do like a global view of what we're doing here. Chapter 5 was presented to us by the Code Review Board with many other changes that included what you can plant or not plant in the swales. And because we were allowed from the state monies to do a stormwater master plan study, and the commission didn't want to continue holding up this section of the Chapter 5, we decided to hold off on that planting in the swale issue and wait for the master plan study to come back, because that's going to impact on the swales. So we're moving on the driveways, parking on an approved surface, and a discrete issue on the trees. It was a little bit difficult having only those sections and not having like the whole chapter, because we start out with E and it's a sub of something else. So I did go back and try to piece them together. And so in paragraph E, where it says the combination of paving and sod in the right-of-way shall be permitted, provided that the impervious is not exceed 40%. I'm thinking if you have a circular driveway, for example, that's 20 feet and 20 feet, and so 40, it would be close to 40% of that approach without having, paving in the swale for any other reason other than the approach. I'm concerned that some of our language, like someone was saying, driveway, we use the word driveway, and it's not matching up throughout the whole section. So in paragraph E, where it says combination of paving and sodding, I wonder if we could change that. I propose we change it to the approved parking approach, because we don't want people parking, but we want that skirt to lead you into the parking space, rather than say a combination of paving, which is not really used anywhere else in the chapter. It's page 2 of 7.
Okay.
First line is E.
All right.
It says combination of paving, and I just want to change it to approved parking approach and sod instead of paving. And throughout,
You want to make a motion to do that?
if I need a motion to do that,
This applies only to the swale area.
this,
In this subsection here.
right. This subsection is only talking about the swale.
Are houses that would not be in compliance grandfathered in?
This is just saying you can't exceed 40%.
What if somebody already?
I think in here, everything is grandfathered in unless it's a 50% repair.
Do you want to do this by motion or consensus, or how? what do you wanna do
Consensus
with
is
that
fine.
kind of suggestion?
Let's just do consensus.
Okay, so do we have consensus to make that change?
Yeah, I
Yes.
agree.
Unless the attorney objects to the language.
Approved parking, of course, I've written down, and I think that will work.
Okay.
Come back to the next second reading, but I think that works.
Okay. My next comment, I mean, do you want to go section by section? My next comment is down at sub I.
Yeah, why don't you go through all your comments?
Okay. So in sub I, we have property owners shall be responsible for the removal and cost of dead trees. The previous paragraph says property owners in the property adjacent, where am I? Of, shall be responsible for the maintenance of the swale area contiguous to the paragraph. In H, it has that sub-phrase, but when we went to I, it just says property owners. I think it should say of the swale, shall be responsible for the swale area contiguous to their property. Just so to mirror the one on top.
But isn't this section is dealing, this is 5.3.4, this is dealing with the right-of-way.
Right, but Commissioner Ross is just saying that it should be clarified in I that the property owners are responsible for removal of dead trees for only the portion of the swale that's contiguous to their property, to make it consistent with H.
Okay, all right.
Okay?
Okay.
That's fine? Okay?
No, it's all true.
Then, when we were deliberating on 5.6.1, which is at the top of page 3, the way I think it came to us from the board, it said off-street parking facilities shall be provided for development within the village. And I think that word development is a term of art, meaning where there's, the lot is developed. When the new language, we struck the word development and we put in off-street parking facilities shall be provided within the lot of all properties, I think is vague, and it's not really, it's trying to use lay terms to something that's better described by the word development.
I'm not understanding what you're saying.
Well, the way it reads now, it says off-street parking facilities shall be provided within the lot of all properties. What does that mean?
The purpose is you have to provide parking on your property.
Right.
It should either be lots of all
within the
properties
lot
or lot
of
of
all
each property.
Within the lot.
Right. I think that word lot doesn't appear anywhere before in chapter 5, and so now you're introducing a new term that makes it
Okay,
confusing.
all right, I think the village attorney understands. You can, we want, what that says is off-street parking shall be provided on the individual lot. But Commissioner Ross is not comfortable with the word lot, so perhaps we can use something else that's
On
used
private
earlier.
property or-
The property.
What about within each property?
Okay?
Yeah, within the property. yeah.
Okay.
So, next part, no, then this is a term that we use driveway in several of these sub-paragraphs. 5.6.1A, all vehicles must be parked on an approved driveway. Why don't we call it, later on we're calling it a parking surface, so why don't we call it throughout a parking surface, an approved parking surface? And as Mr. Key said, its driveways could mean many other things. So what I propose is that in all of these subs, 5.6.1A, 1, 2, and 3, we change the word driveway to driveway surface to parking surface. Approved parking, well, it says approved, so yeah, it'll be approved parking surface. Everyone
fine.
comfortable with that?
Yeah.
And then throughout even, because later on it's.
Right. So we're consistent with our terms.
So your approach to your parking space, which we think is more of a driveway, with this change, a person can be parking on their approved materials approach to the parking space.
I suppose they could. We call it approved approach.
Well, I just
Yeah.
want, I just want to make sure, because we're like dicing words here.
Right. I suppose they could then add that. They could be parking that way. In sub 1, it says, where it talks about the 2 years from the date of enactment of this ordinance to have the compliant driveway, well, the compliant parking surface, installed and permitted. It's being picky. I think you permit first and then you install. So I would just flip those two words around.
Do we want to change the length of time to shorten it from 2 years?
Could we do can we give the attorney consensus on just flipping those two words?
Yes.
I think it's, okay, great. Then the 2 years, changing the 2 years?
I'm okay with 1 year.
We've already exempted some things out that don't have to be
Right.
Yeah, I think,
changed.
right, somebody mentioned that, to the extent someone put a legal driveway in 2 years ago, then now they have to pull it out, replace it. It's not the case.
No.
Right.
Right.
It's only if it's damaged 50% or if they expand the driveway.
Right, we're
So what are
gonna
they
get, I have a
given
comment on that.
What are they given 2 years or 1 year to do?
That if they don't have a legal driveway right now.
A parking surface at all.
A
Well-
legal approach to your parking spot.
Well, but maybe it was Harvey or somebody else argued that what if they've it's been legal for a long, long time, and now it's suddenly illegal?
No, in that case, then it could remain pursuant to subsection 2.
So who has to do something in 1 or 2 years?
Somebody that has a front yard with absolutely no paving, gravel, nothing, they just have a
Oh.
front yard, they have to put some approved driveway surface so that they can park their vehicle, because they don't have a previously approved
That's
driveway.
fine. That's fine.
That's been permitted.
Yeah, okay.
Or wouldn't it be the same thing as if they happen to have approved parking surface within their property, but their swale area is just
Correct.
dirt and
Correct.
rocks?
Right, if their swale doesn't have an approved driveway surface now, and they're just parking on.
Right, got it.
Then they have to also get that.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, so.
So we're changing to 1 year?
I know you're not comfortable with 1 year. Are you comfortable with 1 year?
With the same language, so we don't run into,
Yeah,
like
sure.
we did with the boats, that they had a certain period of time to bother getting a permit. It's got to be
Right.
completed, just like it, like it says here.
Permitted and installed.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm okay with
1
that.
year.
1 year.
Can I just comment? Barbara, I know you feel steamrolled about this, and I understand why, but I think it's important to note that the purpose of all of this, and more than this, is to improve the village. And it's not going to make everybody happy, and it's not going to make everybody comfortable, but that's the point, that's the goal, unless it's not your goal.
In this same paragraph, before we move on, we say non-conforming properties that don't have an approved parking surface, I think we should have, and an approved approach, because that's the goal, is to get the swales looking better.
Right.
So if we could add
Okay, subsection A1,
A1.
rather than just saying non-conforming properties that do not have an approved driveway surface, we want to change that to also encompass the swale area.
approach, the approved approach.
Right.
In-
As well.
Or including
And.
approach.
And.
Or
Or
and.
including, yeah.
Okay.
In sub 2, where we had it at one time saying, within the last 5 years, and I think we're okay now, right? By adding the improved approach on the, on paragraph, on the first paragraph, I think that gets us to the point where people are going to have to, within a year, install that approach.
Correct.
Okay. 5.6.3, On the second line, it says number of off-street automobile. We don't use automobile anywhere else before, so it should just be a vehicle. I don't know if it's not, is
Wait a
a
minute,
truck an automobile?
Are you saying number 3?
No, 5.6.3.
5.6.3 on the second
three.
line.
Okay.
Why don't we
Okay,
just
that's
leave
fine.
out automobile and just say off-street parking spaces?
Very good.
Okay.
Take the word automobile out.
That's what it says in the next sentence.
Okay.
You know, I just thought of something. I think that is smart to take the automobile out, because what about people that happen to have motorcycles, and some people just park them in their yard all the time?
All right, what's next?
Let's see, next page. There's something a little funky that maybe gives a different impression along the top where it says minimum off-street parking requirement. I don't know why. It almost looks like it's ruling the two different columns if we just bring out together. I'm being very picky, I know. When we talk about the recreation area and parking in the recreation area, is that considered off-street parking? Because it's in the swale. So I don't know if that even fits into this section.
Yeah, that's why it's determined by the planning board, because there's no.
Okay, it's sort of an exception? Okay, thank you, thank you.
You know, I was just thinking that also too, something Mr. Keyes mentioned, that if you have a garage, is that considered one parking space? If it's a two-car garage, would that be considered 2 parking spaces? You know, if you're having a new dwelling built.
Typically,
I think so.
in cities it is, and that's why they don't let you convert a garage to livable space.
Well, I mean, if you eliminated if you eliminated the availability of putting a vehicle in a garage, it's a different story. But if it is,
Yeah.
you know, a
count.
building that's designed to house an automobile, would that be considered, depends on the sizes of how many of the parking spaces that it would include?
Yep.
Yeah, I think so.
That's how it's been interpreted in most cities.
I'm jumping to page 6.
Okay.
The second paragraph, sub D, that talks about
Sub B or D?
D like David.
Okay.
The second part that talks about the manager making, or the manager's designee making the determination on that 30-inch setback. It seems at odds to me to have the manager involved in the code process where nowhere else is that happen. And I wonder if it would be better to have the building official or building official's designee. And that way, I mean, the manager's kind of oversees everything, but we're going to put her down into this level where she should be, I don't think involved in that detail.
You know, we had this discussion on that, the setback, and I think we decided, of having the manager of being the one that makes the decision, and obviously the manager is going to use whatever resources that's available to help guide her or him to whatever is best.
Yeah, I mean,
It's an administrative variance.
if you think the building official would be more
It just seems more
qualified
appropriate
to
to me, I don't know.
make that decision, I'm fine with putting the building official.
I don't know that I ran this phrase by you.
Oh, that was my thought as well.
The building official? Okay. Building official?
Who is the building official? Is it Shanisa? Oh, Sal. Why would he have this kind of responsibility? That doesn't make sense.
I was thinking of the code when you guys were.
Well, see, this is still an administrative variance we're talking about. It's the same thing as our manager has the authority, I think, if there's within 6 inches on setbacks and stuff like that.
I'd rather leave it to the manager myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and it says or designee, so she could choose if she wants to get the building official involved.
Does the manager have the authority for administrative variance on building, like within it, if it's within a certain? Right.
And some other things too.
Administrative variance, this is not asking you to follow that process. An administrative variance also requires you to do notification to the neighbors, everything else you do.
For a regular variance.
For a regular variance, except the hearing.
This is built-in discretion in the ordinance. Remember, we talked about an engineer.
Right. Yep. I remember back and forth. That's why we settled upon, the manager or designee.
Okay, so the consensus is to keep it as is?
I feel it should.
Are you
We
okay
should.
keeping it as is?
Not really.
No,
huh?
I wouldn't have brought it up otherwise, but it's okay.
So, and you're not
It's all right.
persuaded that it's okay?
Yeah,
All right.
but whatever the majority wants to do, fine.
Okay.
So it stays. Is that it?
Yes.
Sorry, Rox.
Can't win
Sorry,
all the time.
Heidi.
I think that's all for my comments.
And what are your,
Otherwise, it's in pretty good shape.
what are your thoughts on
I
the?
didn't get a chance to look at everything that Mr. Keys sent us,
Okay.
but I think we clarified at least the first point about the 40%. I think there's some clarity there. And then I will study this carefully, and by second reading, if we pass on the first, we'll incorporate other things maybe.
Okay. And what do you feel about the tiered or some type of enforcement mechanism so that we can actually prevent people from?
I wonder, how do cities give out parking tickets for parking in the wrong place?
Right, well, that's, parking tickets are governed by Chapter 316 Florida statutes. So this type of stuff, is a code issue. You can have law enforcement officers certified to do your code, but I think the key is to not go under 162 of code enforcement, where you have to give a courtesy notice every time, but to try to do something as we talked about, an NTA or a PTA. And I think that's something that the manager and I can talk about.
Yeah, I just want to make Commissioner.
I don't think we should. I don't think we should discuss enforcement here with this discussion.
No.
It has nothing to do with it.
No, it does have something to do with it. I mean, we're going to have a regulation on the books that really has no teeth if we don't have the ability to enforce it. So.
But it's a separate matter.
No, it is. But I just want to make sure that this is a general question. Are you okay with that concept? We don't have to draft it right now.
Well, we don't have an enforcement officer, driving around at night when these things are going to occur. So, yeah,
But
we
they
need to
don't.
find
They
a
don't always
different
occur
way.
at night. I mean, people park on their front lawns during
Right.
the day. I mean, but all right.
And the driveway, of course, is more permanent, which can be addressed to regular code.
Okay, Commissioner Jonas, any comments?
Yeah, I have a
Questions?
couple of issues. And I did want to talk about enforcement, but not now. I want to talk about it later.
Okay.
Because it seems that everybody agrees we have an enforcement problem, and I agree too. Looking at page 6, C and E, and keeping in mind part of the point that a few people made, I know Harvey Built was one of them, and there were some others too, and that is about drainage. There was kind of an interesting difference of opinion between Harvey and Art Pyle about C, where Harvey thought 30 inches was too far from the property line, and Art thought it was too close. And I don't know what the answer to that is, except that it seems to me that if this approach, the driveway approach, is to a garage, garages can't be 30 inches from the property line. They have to be further than that. So in that sense, it would make sense to call it 5 feet, because I think that's the side setback. On the other hand, some people have said, and I haven't seen this, but some people say it exists, that there are some driveways that have to be essentially almost right on the property line because they have to go behind the house so the car can get back there. If that's the case, then we couldn't really ask those people to have a driveway or an approach that's farther away from the property line, and that then invokes D, the second half of D. So that's sort of an unsolved problem, but I think we can solve part of that with E, because
But wait, why is it unsolved if you have D, which is the village manager could vary that?
because you can't solve it by stating where you want the driveway to be, whether you want it to be 30 inches from the property line, or less than that, or more than that. It's sort of, you can't determine that by statute unless you just pick a number and then you allow the manager to change that if it doesn't work for that property. But I do think that a lot of this gets solved by E, which is the construction of driveways, if we just say that the whole point of this is to improve drainage, and maybe instead of saying that 40% of a front yard or a driveway can be impervious, why don't we just say 0% can be impervious, and anybody who wants a drive surface has to have something that's pervious. And then it doesn't really matter where it is because it's not going to puddle. And we can't ask everybody to change old driveways, but we can say that anytime there's a new driveway or significant construction on one, then it has to be a pervious surface. And I think that solves a lot of problems. I would say the same thing about the swale, that if we just say all driving or parking materials have to be pervious, it solves as much of this problem as we can solve.
No, I thought about that for the swale, but I think it's over-regulating if you start telling people that they can't put a pervious driveway in if they want.
No, they have to.
I'm sorry, an impervious driveway.
Yeah, and
on their but the swale,
yeah, I know concrete and asphalt are cheaper, but if we're trying to get an effect, if we're trying to get a look and something functional because it won't puddle up and it will accept water from the street, then why don't we just make it all pervious?
But what you're doing, though, if you do it that way, your approach can look very different then.
Right.
You're ensuring the person's approach to their parking area is going to look different.
From what?
Because they can have they will definitely have two different materials. If you have to have pervious material for the approach, and
what's impervious?
Impervious is going to be, it could be concrete, it could be...
No, I mean, which part of this design that you're thinking about is impervious and which part is pervious?
Okay, you're going to go ahead, you have your garage apron. If people still happen to have their ribbons,
Chief,
driveways on their property,
get out of here.
I think we need to go ahead on the swale area, definitely that's for drainage. But still, the approaches to driveways, not parking on the swale, but the approaches.
should be the same as a driveway.
I think that's okay to be impervious.
I agree too, but I'm saying it should all be pervious. All driving and parking surfaces should be pervious.
What Bob is saying, though, is that if the driveway is allowed to be impervious, then the approach should also be allowed to be impervious so that there's consistency with appearance.
Right.
But the other area, the swale, to the extent that the property has other parking on the swale, then that should be impervious.
What I'm saying is, none of this should be impervious.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't think that we should tell people on their property that they should only have pervious driveways. I think it's over-regulating.
You think 40% is fair and 0% is somehow not fair?
Now, 40% is the swale.
But it's also, I think...
It's the front yard.
Then you also have, I think it's 40% on your property too, if I remember.
So what's the meaning of 40% or 30%?
Well, smaller, I think that 40% is virtually, 50%, that's like half of your, close to half of your front yard can be pervious or impervious material rather than ground cover or whatever.
But what's the functional difference between 40% and 30%?
I'm talking about the visual.
Just visual?
The appearance, yeah. I'm thinking actually of, for instance, look at the house that, I don't know how this got through code, that was put in a new driveway. The house that's for sale across the street from the Public Works building. I venture to say that more than 40% of that front yard is pavers. And I'm thinking that we're going to look at more and more houses that will...
Pavers are pervious.
I don't care if they're pervious or impervious. There's it's too much of the front yard is
All right.
covered
Well,
with things.
this particular ordinance is for the swale, so let's focus on that and not.
Yeah, but we do mention the
The 40%, no, I understand, but limit it to the swale, not to...
Well, I think in the swale, 100% should be pervious. And if that creates a funny-looking situation because the rest of the driveway is impervious, then I don't care, because it's a functional issue.
Can you say that, sort of a variation of that, the swale should be pervious
Right, but
except
the
for
approach.
an approved approach?
No, yeah, that's what I said. So,
Yeah.
right, so the approach to the driveway needs to be the same material as the driveway. To the extent that they have other areas on the swale for parking, it needs to be solely pervious.
All right, so in other words, I got outvoted. It's okay, I'm just
No,
trying
it's
to
a
confirm.
compromise.
It's sort of a
You're still
blend.
you're still getting all pervious on the swale, except for the driveway approach.
Yeah, and I'm saying the whole thing in the swale should all be pervious, but okay. All right,
Mayor, I would suggest that you make it, and I'm not an engineer, but I don't think there's a product out there you can be 100% pervious.
What do you mean, gravel?
pavers? I mean,
Is
because
that,
they,
is that,
because
is
they
that
have
100%?
spaces.
Again,
No, it's modified brick. You don't have to put sod in turf block.
I thought we had something pretty good here. Originally, where we had all this discussion, the only thing possibly is, like you said, the parking on the swale, excluding the approach, you could have with pervious materials. Because your swales are your drainage from the streets, from the
Well, if
pavement on
that's
the
what you all will agree to, I accept.
Okay, so is there consensus on that?
Yeah.
Is it that in words again?
Okay.
Yeah, I got it. Parking and swales be
Just
pervious.
take this package and give it to a professional who writes code. We are,
Well, someday in the near future,
we have budget
when we have the
hearings
funds to do
coming
it,
up.
I think the whole code needs to be revisited by a
It does.
professional, and we need to simplify and draft a new code. But we're not there yet, so in the meantime, a lot of people worked very hard at this, so let's,
Okay, but we do
it's
have,
not perfect, but let's move it forward, and to the extent it
Right.
needs to be adjusted, we'll adjust it.
but we do have professionals on hand helping us with, I mean, everyone on this table, we have professionals on hand helping us with it.
Okay, but I think what she's alluded to is a professional planner that will prepare a complete code that's consistent, but.
All right, well,
anyway,
well, thank you for the consensus. I have one other issue.
Okay.
Um,
Do you want me to restate that?
No, we're going to add that the parking in the swale area, other than the approved driveway, be pervious.
Yeah,
Right,
the
right,
approach.
including the approach.
The approach.
Which is on the swale, but it's part of the driveway.
I thought the approach could be concrete if it was part of the approved driveway.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I said. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But we're not using the word driveway.
Of course not.
All right, Commissioner.
All right, so 5.3.4 G. And I just want to, I mean, there's really nothing wrong with this, except I just want to restate that if we simply say that 8 feet back from the street is the...
What are you looking at? I'm sorry.
5.3, yeah, page 2, 5.3.4 G.
Removal of trees?
Yeah, removal of trees in the swale by the abutting property owner. So I'm just going to harp, and I'm going to say that if we just say that 8 feet back from the street is the swale, and whatever there is beyond that is the property, it solves part of this problem. And if we didn't allow any planting of trees in the swale, then it solves the rest of the problem.
You say this is G on page 2?
Yes.
2 of 7.
Removal of trees in the swale by a budding property owner?
Right. Must
Right.
obtain a permit from the village in Miami-Dade County.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand your point. You're saying you don't want to allow trees to be put into the swale, which would then...
And I want to make the swale uniform at 8 feet. And then that means that all trees on the property are the responsibility of the property owner, and we don't have to worry about who's going to pay to remove them.
Right, but you can't make the swale, just make the swale uniform 8 feet. I mean,
Why not?
Because the swale depends upon, each property is different. People have surveys and they own different property. You can't just,
Yes, you can. You just give them whatever is after 8 feet.
No, it's not,
All
that's
right,
not an easy
so
thing to do. Yeah.
what is your real idea?
That was my real idea. I told you I was harping.
Well, all right, so anyone else?
I want trees on swales. Just one more.
Okay.
Not in the swale.
All right, one more.
One of the speakers earlier this evening said, are you really going to make people not park in the swales overnight?
Right.
And I think that we kind of dance around it here, but maybe we should, particularly if we're going to later look at enforcement at another time, maybe we should make it clear that swale's not for permanent parking.
There's too many properties that you don't have a choice. An example is right where the log cabin is. There's properties that people have the septic tanks out front in drain fields, and there's almost no place to park, especially if they have more than one car, except for in the swale. I don't see a problem of people parking on an approved parking surface, and if it happens to be on the swale, I do have an issue where the car is partially on the pavement. Now, if we go ahead and say the vehicle, the tires of the vehicle has to be back X distance from the edge of the pavement, then I don't see there would be such an issue of trying to dodge cars or people walking down the street.
I think that it's, in an ideal situation, yes, I agree, we should prohibit it. But I think at this point, if we could at least get people from to stop parking on their front lawns, I think that's going to go a long way. And then in the future, let's see where it takes us. But I just think also it's going to be difficult to enforce. But I mean, if I agree, many people don't have the space. So if the choice is between parking on your front lawn or parking on the swale, I'd rather have them park on the swale.
On a surface.
Absolutely, on an approved surface.
Yeah,
Pervious.
because per this
Service.
because per this ordinance that we're trying, they have to be on an approved surface.
But
So we don't want to discourage people from planting grass on their swales.
No, you don't have to.
You don't have to do anything.
If you don't want to park, if you don't have any reason to park on your swale, you can have all grass.
I think
Except for your
I mean,
approach.
again, it's not perfect, but we covered two broad concepts.
Your
One
approach
is
to
to get people to stop parking on their front lawns, and to clarify the code that to the extent there's dead trees in the swale, the property owner is responsible for removal. Those are the two broad concepts we want to cover, and we cover them.
Okay,
Again,
motion to approve this as adjusted.
I second that.
In the meantime, we'll look at Dan's dissertation, and this is great, and we'll go through it, and we'll see if we can improve it. And in the future, there's always time to improve it, but let's at least move it forward.
Yeah, we'll have a roll call.
Okay.
Ready?
Yes.
And Commissioner Ross?
Yes.
Commissioner Jonas?
Yep.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Watts?
No.
And Mayor Coviello?
Yes. All right. Let's move on to ordinance 2015-05.
In ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending Section 10.4 of the Land Development Code entitled Building Construction to provide for variances for roofs, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for an effective date. It's a request to approve at first reading and set second reading, and we usually have a public hearing. There.
All right, we'll open it up to the public. Barbara?
Well, I agree with Commissioner Jonas and what he said about the purpose of ordinances and changing them. And that was to improve the village, whether some people like it or not, and to make it a better place. So we spent probably more time working on roofs and allowing metal roofs in our village, and the ink isn't even dry, and already there's an ordinance to add the word provide variances, which, you know, it was written, it was thought out very carefully to only allow certain items, and there was a reason. And the only thing that a variance would do would be to let in things that the board, the commission, the committees, the workshops didn't want. And a mistake was made. And we all know why this is up here now. And this shouldn't be the way to address it. Sometimes you just have to eat it or work it out. But, you know, Gary said, and I agree, I don't know how this failed on so many parts. I don't know how from the time it was not approved at planning and zoning, this rolled merrily along in this village. And I think it was only until the residents, I was one of them, started asking the village, what's with this roof, that it was even noticed. And what would this do, adding variances? I mean, you may think you're very responsible commissioners, but I don't think of ordinances as lasting for one commission. So if the next people want to have beer cans for roofs, they now have a way to do it. You know, this isn't the way to address the mistake. I know why you're doing it, but this is not what people worked long and hard to do to make our village look better, even though some people wouldn't be happy about the changes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Frankly, I think you owe us an explanation as to why this is here, why this item is here. If it's that you must have the ability for somebody to vary something as a process issue, I want to hear that. Okay. I also want to hear to what extent can you vary the materials that go on a roof. Thirdly, I'd like to know whether this is here because, as related to that roof over there, okay, and it's true, we did go through a lot of process to come up with the materials for a roof, so I don't know what you can vary. So if it's just simply that there must be a process, and that the answer is always going to be no, you can't change from what the code says, okay, you know, but that seems kind of dumb. All right.
Jeannie Anderson, 11th Place, 119th Street. As I recall, for the last many years, when someone comes before you, well, I'm sorry, before any commission for a variance, there are 4 or 5 criteria that must be satisfied, the crux of which the variance is requested in order for that person to make full enjoyment and use of their property. I fail to understand how roofing material could ever satisfy that situation. It's not like, oh, I have this tiny little corner lot and I need to put a pool in. That you can understand, enjoyment of property. Having a different color or a different material on your roof doesn't seem that it could ever fall under those 4 or 5 criteria, so I don't understand changing the ordinance.
Hi, good evening. Gage Hartung, 114th Street. I agree with Barbecue. This is an ordinance that we worked very hard on, many years, many workshops. The reason being the no variance was put in there was to strengthen it so that somebody cannot come in and say, okay, well, my roof doesn't have a certain overhang, but I want to have a metal roof. I would like to, and the reason we put that in there was so that we locked in the quality of roofs that could have a variance. I think that this is maybe a little knee-jerk, and I think that maybe some, if it needs to be worked out, maybe some additional language where it doesn't we don't take away all of the guarantees that we worked so hard to do. I do want to remind everybody, you know, one of the thoughts was also, you know, we had a previous commission that gave a lot of variances. You know, it's not always going to be the same people on the dais with the same thoughts and the same, that feel the same. So again, this was something that was thought out long term. Yes, there was a mistake that was made. Something needs to be worked out to take care of that. But I don't think gutting, and this, by the way, is gutting this ordinance because it's opening itself up to a commission or somebody changing something. And we all know that there's the 4 points, but we also know that people a lot of times vote on their emotions, or they feel sorry for the person, or they have the biggest sob story. So I really, really consider, it's like Obamacare. You can't just take out one part of it, or it all kind of falls apart a little bit. Really thinking about this through, and maybe even putting this motion or this ordinance on hold for a little while and let this be talked through. All right? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gage. Anyone else? Gary?
Gary Kuehl, 111th Street. I think I was pretty clear about the glaring holes in the way this was handled and the staff's responsibility. But I now look to the commission to act responsible. That no variance provision strictly pertained to metal roofs. So unless somebody can tell me this isn't on the agenda for precisely that reason to excuse that house, I looked at the commission, not to simply sweep this under the rug and condone something that is a mistake and should not open the door to people doing this in the future.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. All right, anyone else? All right, we'll close the public comment period and open it up to discussion. I could start. I mean, I agree with all the comments, but we're in a difficult position, and is there another way to draft this so that it doesn't permit variances, but only under this discrete circumstance where there's let's just call it a mistake on behalf of the village, the licensing authority, the permitting authority? Is there?
Yes, you could put language in there to do that.
So no variances other than if the extraordinary circumstances where the permitting agency makes a mistake. I'm just thinking out loud, but there's got to be some way to.
Anytime you make a mistake, it's a
Yeah, you would.
bingo.
I'm just saying, there's got to be a.
Bite the bullet and correct the problem.
Excuse me, you got a chance to speak. Don't be obnoxious. Just sit there and listen. We're trying to have a discussion, and we're doing the best we can. If you don't like it, there's a door. Walk right out.
Sorry, I apologize.
All right. Yes.
I was thinking along the same lines as Janie Anderson, is that a variance for roofing materials, it seems very, very difficult to be able to meet the 4 criteria for a variance on that. It's not like trying to enjoy your side yard. It's not like needing a little bit higher fence. So can we put language in there that enforces that, the 4 criteria that need to be met?
But they're in there now.
Right. You have
Yeah, of course it is.
Right, it's already in there, so you could do it in addition to that 4 criteria. You could articulate. The manager and I had a discussion this, and the decision was to bring it to you in this manner, but to open it up for you. But you're legislating, and there's clearly a tough facts sometimes make tough law, and there's tough facts out there. That if we enforce this code right now, candidly, it would cost, I don't know how much that roof costs, but, tens of thousands of dollars. So, having spoken to many of you individually, having spoken to the manager, there was a desire to try to see if there could be some way that this could be addressed, and there's unique circumstances. We can articulate that in many different ways, as opposed to the general way we have done now, but we've done that for first reading for your consideration.
What are the unique circumstances besides that the roof is already on?
It was approved by the village and
Just
permitted.
by mistake?
The permit was issued.
By mistake?
Yeah.
Right.
So that's the unique circumstance. I mean,
Yes.
if we allowed for variances, that doesn't mean the homeowner would get one. It just means they could apply for one.
Correct.
We could disagree.
Correct.
There still is an opportunity, if I can,
Sure.
please correct me if I'm wrong, but based on the title of this ordinance, to still between first and second reading apply some variance criteria that can be included in the second reading
Absolutely.
Apply what? Additional variance criteria?
for specific to roofs. The way this title of the
Like-
ordinance
like
is
what?
written, it would allow it.
Right. What would that look like?
I
don't
would
know.
have to look at other codes and see
I mean,
some
the
specific
existing
things.
variance criteria is very difficult to meet, so I can't.
It would take away probably language specific to unique circumstances of the land, something
But that has
that's
nothing
already,
to do
that's
with the
already,
roof.
that's already a criteria, that's already one of the
That's what I'm saying. It would be
criteria.
more specific to building than land.
See,
But we would have to research that.
I'm concerned if we have any criteria in there, just like we have the 4 right now, like it was brought up to us, that some other future commission can go ahead and say, yeah, it follows those criteria, which it's up to whomever's sitting on this up here. So I think we're opening up something, but something has already been opened up, and we got that other problem of the property that has something on there. So,
Well, this
that's
problem,
one thing.
This problem exists whether we have variances or
Correct.
not.
This is what I'm saying. We already have that. In fact, there was another roof before, a metal roof that was put on years back by a mistake and permitted. So now we have two mistakes on roofs.
But illegally put on or?
Legally.
Okay, but that's different. Illegally put on without a permit.
No, with a permit.
It was a similar circumstance. And if I can-
Basically the same. Same.
If I can just to clarify some issues for the record, I will not speak about personnel issues on the public record, but I can tell you that we have made some procedural changes within the office regarding forms and review requirements when it comes to any roofing material. And we've actually been working with Gage a little bit, and these ideas came from him and bouncing ideas off of him. And Christian is working on these forms so that there's a little more checks and balances when it comes to roofing, and we're also better educating our employees. But both permits in the past also were reviewed by the building official and given a sign-off for permitting as well as inspections during the process. So there's definitely an education issue that we're trying to address.
But that's my point. Isn't it's going to be less likely, hopefully, that staff doesn't make a mistake than having a future commission approve a variance and say that the criteria have been satisfied. In other words, if we narrow the variance to an error by staff, it's going to permit less variances than if we just simply keep it as is, which is proposed now, is just apply the criteria.
Can I play devil's advocate on that idea? I would hate for future staff 10 years down the road, we've all come and gone, and someone might insinuate that staff made a mistake on purpose or something, that there was some malfeasance there, those type of things.
Point.
So putting something that specific concerns me, where there's actually a loophole that there could be some kind of...
Is there any way of just
Thanks for letting me finish.
solving this issue for that property only and no other variances, just like it says now?
Okay, so, and this is why we brought it here, and this is, the sunshine law is showing, and this is perfect, because this is what we needed to get all your input.
And also,
and you
too,
clearly don't talk to each other, which is a great thing.
Mr. Attorney, also too, while I'm thinking of it, we still really haven't legally solved the issue of that other roof. That's about 10
Yeah.
year ago.
That's
All right,
exactly right.
So
So-
solve both of them,
Well,
whatever it's going to be done.
Here's the situation. Under the law, government officials can make mistakes. And there's a famous case called Fountain Blue Gas where they actually put in a gas station. At the very end, they found out that there was a deed restriction, and unfortunately, staff previously had never even recorded it, so there's really no way for the owner to have known that. He even put in the tanks, and they said, doesn't matter. Whatever staff does, they cannot change the law. Only the legislators can change the law. So if we don't change this law or allow some sort of mechanism to change the law, then we would cite them. And, I would assume we'd end up in court at some level. Or they could take down the roof and put in a compliant one. But in the absence of that, we would have a code case moving forward. That's a large enough case that would probably go to court. The law is pretty clear. But the result is rather harsh, and you never know how a judge would look at that. But the law on its face is clear. So to make a specific exemption, you have to change this law, because this law said there's no variances. So if you don't change this law, there's no ability to do anything but cite them, which is an answer. But a lot of people feel that's harsh.
Can it be changed to, instead of just saying variance, that a variance is only permitted in, let's say if we had to do both of them, at those addresses only once?
You wouldn't go to the addresses, right? Because that would look like favoritism. It has to be some objective standard. The standard may be if they were CO'd by the city, could be a standard. And then Heidi has that issue where if that happens again, there may be allegations that there was favoritism.
Right, and it's rightly so. I mean, that is.
Was there an original ordinance that was identical to this, except that it included 10.4.6G?
Yeah.
Okay, so could
Yeah,
we?
exactly.
So instead of just taking G out, which means the door is open and anybody can ask for a variance, and depending on who's sitting here, they can get one, could we replace G with something like, no variances from any of these provisions shall be granted except for roofs that were already installed with a permit?
Prior to this date.
Mm-hmm.
Prior to
Today, or, you know.
yes.
I mean, it seems unfair to the homeowner
that's a good idea.
that they got a permit and we're now telling them that they shouldn't have, and now they have to take the roof off.
That's a great idea. So just have it apply from today's date.
Second reading date.
Right.
You earned your pay.
Well,
God.
You do. Correct. If it happens 2 years from now, then that can be addressed too, but it shouldn't happen. But yes, that can be done.
Okay, then that's what I want to propose.
Okay.
Okay, wait, Commissioner Watts had a question.
My thought was saying this, but my first thought at the whole thing was, how long after we pass this ordinance can we, then, do we have to wait before we can rescind the ordinance? So that the teeth will still be in the original.
We don't ever have to rescind it.
So, no, but if we could just,
We just have to be
pass
more
it and-
careful from now
All
on.
right, but I was thinking that we should, we could just say effective date, it will be effective for this period of time, 6 months from the year 2015, and then it shall cease. So then, the two houses that are in the property.
The other one's okay. With the change of the ordinance, the other one is now in compliance.
Okay, with this one, all we'd have to do is
Or
say,
the-
okay,
or the
it
other
happened during this period, and the rule was changed during this period, and
The other possibility is that we go back to no variances and we just pay the homeowner for their roof that we approved and let them replace it with the right thing. But I don't want us to have to do that. What'd they pay for the roof? 20, 25, 30?
I'm sorry, I don't.
You don't know?
I think your idea is an excellent one. Are there any other, there's no other, no, forget it. Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, that's the idea then.
Can you rephrase it back again? So
Yeah, we'll keep G. No variances of any kind of these provisions shall be granted except for roofs that were already installed with a legal permit,
An issued permit.
an issued permit.
Issued permit.
Fine.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Well,
it
it-
would be effective.
Yeah, but, for the effective date of the ordinance.
You can even do it for. Yeah,
So
we
we'll
can do
we'll
it-
let
You
those
can't.
two go because they already happened, it was our fault, and next time we'll be more careful.
But isn't the date of this ordinance, you've now opened up the...
No, it's going to be as of
That's
August.
right. Next month, somebody can get a permit because we make yet another mistake and they can put a metal roof, so we have to not let that happen. We have to be more careful.
But
It was our fault. It wasn't their fault.
But if we have a date in there, the date of the, of the ordinance, if anything that happened before the date of the ordinance.
So what if we say as of today and the exact same thing happens next year?
Then
That-
it's
That they get a permit,
they can't,
they're issued a permit,
it would have to be all redone again and figured out by
We'll
whomever's
have to
sitting
do
up
it
there.
again.
well, that's my suggestion.
Okay, with the date,
No, without a date.
without a date.
Yeah.
Okay,
I like a date.
without a date. No, as he originally proposed. All right, so there's a consensus on that?
No, I'd like a date, because I think
By definition.
if something
Hold on,
happens
hold on.
if something happens in the future, it's going to be up to that particular commission to go ahead and figure out an answer. Don't give them an answer now. So that's why I'd like to see a date.
And that's a good point.
Then Bob,
There you go.
suggest language and let's agree to it.
Okay, you know,
Well, if you just give me the concept, because it's first reading, we can draft it between first and second, but you want a date certain.
right. What Fred was saying, but prior to enacting of this ordinance, or whatever the date is for the ordinance.
Sure. Effective as the date of
So
passage.
if it ever happens after that particular date, it's a brand-new process somebody's going to have to figure out.
And then, just to follow up, the way that language is written, they would, this particular home, for example, would have to come in for a variance in front
Yes.
of you? Okay.
Yes.
Got it.
No.
Yeah,
Says
well-
no variances.
No, the way you articulate it, then what we'd say is, because we say no variances except, then you would come for a variance. That's why I asked the question. If you want, it can be no variance from these provisions shall be granted. Be separate if, as of the effective, if as of August 1st, 2015, a certificate of occupancy has been issued by the city, that property shall be exempt from the requirements of the metal roof. And then we also need to add language, and that's why I don't want to do it here, also that any new roof must comply with this ordinance. So we're not going to let them be grandfathered in forever with a roof that doesn't comply with this ordinance.
So what happens 2 years from now when the exact same mistake occurs?
Or somewhere else?
What?
Somewhere else?
Here.
No, but
Well,
you're
no,
saying some other
another-
property.
Well,
Yes, yeah, another property, yeah.
That wasn't prior to August 1st, 2015. There's no.
So then what do? They got a permit, they paid for it, they put on the roof?
It's up to the new commission to figure that one out.
This was the language you originally suggested, though. That's why I was going with that. And I thought you.
Well, that's why I
Commissioners.
didn't want to have a date. I
Well,
just
then-
want us
then-
to
then you
be
don't need
more
to change
careful,
anything. Oh, I
because
see
it
what
was
you're saying.
our fault, not their fault.
Well, that's another option.
I still want to keep a date, keep it hard and fast.
That's the question, what the commission wants to do, date or no date.
Yeah, why doesn't that work for you?
Because if the same thing happens in the future, then the people are stuck and the commission is stuck.
Well,
Everybody acted in good faith. We just made a mistake.
I understand, but
I-
if that comes up in the future, then we'll
I
have to
look
deal
at
with
it-
that, I mean, at that time. I mean,
Dan, it's not that it means nothing. We made a mistake. It's not somebody's bad act. It was just a mistake.
I look at, our manager now has put some protocols in there to stop that, and I'm sure future managers will probably reinforce protocols. I don't want to plan for mistakes. No mistakes will happen anymore.
You don't want to plan for mistakes?
No.
Oh.
Mistakes are not going to happen anymore. That's why
Oh,
no
all
variances.
right, that's good.
Or we could explore finding in the future, putting money aside for the eventuality that such thing will happen, or get some kind of insurance that will cover us to pay for a new roof should this happen again.
Okay, so,
okay.
An interesting question, is there insurance that would cover a city for a mistake?
Well, right, our resolution wouldn't apply. It's not a tort, so take our League of Cities insurance. That's not a League of Cities issue, no. They wouldn't cover that. Could you get some insurance? I don't know.
Well, I want to have my original suggestion, and we can vote it down if we want to do that.
Okay, can you restate it? And
Yeah.
can Make a motion.
Yeah, I want to replace 10.4.6G, which says no variances from any of these provisions shall be granted, and I want to add, except for roofs that have already been installed with an issued permit.
I second that.
Okay.
And you can vote it down if you want a date.
Okay. Roll call?
For the motion only, we didn't,
No, I
made a
just,
motion for.
I just made a motion on the ordinance, and I amended it.
As amended, right?
So I'm clear, in this way, that would continue. It would-
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
So anytime we make the same mistake in the future, we're covered.
Okay.
Well, I think that the word already
Implies that it's before in
it's
time.
as of the effective date.
Okay, well then, if that's what we mean, we need to say, to my opinion. as
That's
of
what
August.
you mean, that's what you mean.
Okay.
It's anything that occurred before the effective date.
No, because I'm looking ahead and I'm considering the changed that motion. possibility that we'll make the same mistake. We've made it twice. We're not on good odds here.
But I mean, you cannot predict the type of mistake. What if it's a mistake that maybe at that point we don't want to accept it and we want to enforce it for whatever reason? I mean, it may not be just the roof material. It may be something else. You know, it's hard to predict. I don't know. I prefer just to deal with this one situation right now. And
Two
fix it.
situations.
Two situations and move on.
All right, then vote it down and then
But
maybe
I
you'll
think that
introduce
the way
a date.
you say, for you phrasing it, Fred, roofs already installed, it
But that's not what he
implies
intended.
up
though.
until now.
That's not what he wants.
Yeah, that would be tacit,
Then you want
probably.
to take already out? You want to just say roofs installed with a permit?
That's
Yeah.
what he wants.
Yeah.
So do you
Now
still
you
have
don't
a
want a
second?
second?
Yeah.
Wait, it doesn't have a second yet. Do you
No
want a
second?
second or no?
Sure, I'll second it.
Okay. Roll call?
Okay, Commissioner Jonas?
Yeah.
Commissioner Ross?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
No.
Commissioner Watts? And Mayor Coviello?
No. All right, is there another motion?
Yeah, I make a motion that we actually have a date in there that we've been discussing. So anything that has been approved prior to the enaction of the ordinance by permit, they can apply for a variance.
They can apply for it, got it.
Okay.
Wait.
That's
So
what he
you
said.
want to say that these two roofs that are already there now have to apply for
You
variances?
want,
Is that what you mean?
You don't have to do it that way, that was my point.
Oh,
You can
okay,
simply
then
say
that
that
will-
they are,
okay.
they are allowed.
they're
I'll
allowed.
work on that later.
Okay, they're allowed.
Okay,
Is
motion
there-
by
Is there a
Commissioner, is there
second?
a second?
Second, Dave.
Second.
Yeah.
Can you explain it?
Yeah.
again?
Bob, just read it. Just read it the way you want it to
Okay.
say.
Well, that's why we have an attorney.
So, okay.
But that's, what this is any roof that has been approved, illegally approved,
Wasn't illegal.
prior, okay, it's an illegal
I'll
roof
work on that
because it
language,
goes
but-
against the ordinance.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll do the language, but basically, if there's a
been
roof
permitted.
prior to the
Permitted.
effective date of this ordinance that has been approved by staff,
Right.
it is considered allowed, which is
Yes.
exempt from this provision.
That's-
Well, I'm
that's
gonna-
what it is.
Yeah, but the language, I don't have the language right now.
He's gonna
That's the
draft it.
intent. The language, I'm not going to do the language on
It's gonna
tonight.
come back.
Can you just quote her
But
some
the
sample
intent
language?
Any roof
Sure.
that was
Instead of-
approved and permitted prior
Can you write
to the
bigger?
inaction of this date can stay.
Okay.
Yeah,
So are you seconding that?
he's got it.
Prior to the date.
Dave.
Yes.
Yes, part of the day.
Commissioner Jonas?
Stage.
Wait.
Wait.
Commissioner Jonas already seconded it.
Okay.
I did, yeah.
Question?
Yes.
So
You want to say something?
that doesn't make that house
Oh.
a non-conforming structure now. It's going to be.
Correct. It
Foreign.
is actually legal because it's
Legally permitted.
specifically legal based on that language. Correct.
Okay.
Do we want to put in the word metal roof?
Yeah, we're going to work on, well, let me ask you this question.
Those metal roofs are allowed.
This is what I brought up before. Do you want the language then that says, for that roof? Because if they're grandfathered in fully, they could then get that same
No,
roof.
right, just for that particular roof,
Right.
that particular metal
We'll
roof.
have the metal and everything else.
Okay. All right, we have a motion, a second, roll call.
Commissioner Watts? Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Jonas?
Yep.
Commissioner Ross?
Yes.
And Mayor Coviello?
Yes. All right.
Now, do we have a motion for the ordinance?
That
It was
it.
included.
Gotcha.
That was on first reading, okay. Madam Manager, I'd like to move item 12, I think they're here for item 12D.
Yes, sir.
If it's okay with everyone, I'd like to move that up and hear that now. Is that
Absolutely.
okay?
Yes.
I've been waiting for a while. I'm sorry? I just want to move item 12B up to now.
What we're trying to do is encourage you to keep coming to the commission meetings.
By making them sit through the whole thing.
All right, Madam Manager, if you would introduce this item.
Mayor, what you have before you tonight is an unresolved waste fee. This dates back to the time when the village used to collect the waste fees itself, and they did not go through the county on the tax bill. The date of the lien, the municipal lien that was filed, is the 12th of January, 2001. At the time, the amount was for Thank you. $2,214.68
That was back in '01?
in '01, yes. And then that was with the fines as well as the assessment, and it went on to be unpaid until the state, and the final total amount that's due to the village is $26,661.70. I would like to also point out that this property also had an unresolved paint issue with code compliance, and it went to code compliance in July. The actual amount of the original fine was $45,975, and it was settled by the Code Compliance Board for $1,500.
And when did they move in?
They can address their
Okay.
ownership of the property.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening, commission members. Carla Jones on behalf of the property owner, Mr. Milligan. Property is located at 11925-27 Northeast 12th Court. Mr. Milligan has owned the subject property since 1991. We did go before the code compliance board in July, and the main reason why the fine was reduced was for various reasons. One is a notice issue. And two, the city did not have the supporting documentation with respect to the violation, which was a paint violation, and the color of the property was in compliance with the city's paint color. So there was some conflict as to why a violation was issued, and I believe that's why the code board, excuse me, if I'm not saying the right name of the board, worked with us with reducing that fine. Now here we are regarding a waste fee lien. Now the city manager mentioned that it's around $26,000. My client was given a ledger showing that it's $39,000, but whatever it is, the issue here is that my client found out about the waste lien only because he was in the process of selling a property that's owned by him and some family members that was passed on to them by his mother that died. The lien that was in place that he actually became aware of was the lien for the paint violation. And the reason why he became aware of that lien was because inside the lien there was language that indicated that any lien that was issued would spread to any other properties that may be owned by the violator. Now, when the title company came upon that lien, they requested from the city a lien search. And it was only when the city provided the amounts that was owed for the paint violation that they also presented the information regarding the waste fees. And that was the first time Mr. Milligan became aware that these waste fees and this lien exist against this property. So there are several things that occurred here. Mr. Milligan did not receive notice of the waste fees being due. He did not receive notice that this lien was being recorded against his property. He requested details as to the amounts of the lien from the city, and he did not receive that background information. Second, if the commission reviews this property, Mr. Milligan pays his taxes on time before they're actually really due. So this property is current in all taxes that are owed. That's why we're here before you tonight requesting your consideration to release this lien.
Okay, thank you. A couple of questions for staff. So the waste fees were incurred while Mr. Milligan owned the property. In other words, so they weren't paid while he was the owner?
Correct.
Okay.
Is it possible that we failed to inform him of this?
I don't have any copies of mailings because it exceeds our retention laws. But if you do see on this piece of paper, it does say at the top, reminder sent October 11th, 2000. So they were, and then down there they were also, so they were documenting on these forms when they were sending it out. I also want to clarify, I'm sorry.
One second before you do. Are you arguing that the homeowner never knew about any of that? He never received any of those reminders or anything?
That is correct. Even the lien itself, if you look at the actual lien, the lien does not indicate that notice was sent. The homeowner's name is not even listed in the lien.
So what do we think that's about, Heidi? We think we sent reminders, and he says he never got them.
Well, this is the process that we use then. He pays his taxes every year, and that's why now your waste fee's on your taxes. It's a whole different process.
I know.
And that's why we changed it, but this was the municipal lien process we had back then. And the reminders are sent out. It's recorded, so it's been recorded since 2001. You can see
But he
that.
claims he never got the reminders.
Understand that, and so that's up to you to decide. That's why it's in front of you.
Okay, I'm sorry, what is the amount? Is it 20, the staff report says 39
Yeah,
and
that's
26?
a typo. It's actually the 26. What happened is when they originally did the lien search, staff included some other, what they assumed to be waste fees based on printouts of old computer programs. But in preparing to come in front of you tonight, and in my review of the item, I felt only comfortable in defending and presenting that one that was actually recorded as a lien. So I pulled back any other notes that were in the former computer program printouts because it wasn't clear to me about those. But here you have an actual recorded lien in the public record. So that's where the 26 came from. So there's 13,000 that was questionable to me that I just don't feel comfortable defending based on the process and the documentation.
Is this all punitive, or did the village incur any expense because of this waste issue?
No, it's mostly interest. Right?
It's mostly interest, so it's mostly
But I mean, even at
non-cost.
the beginning.
Well, there was some, if you recall, just like now, the waste fee is shared amongst all property owners. So that means there was a deficit. And often, in the past, when we've talked about it collectively, we have talked about the finances of the village and how the general fund would have to cover the sanitation fund. This could be one of those examples, not specific his $400, but this is an example of maybe some of those shortfalls that could have happened in the sanitation fund if, say, there was a good 100 people or so that didn't pay. You know, the fund takes a hit and the general fund would have to cover it.
But the vast majority of this is interest, and the principal.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
I know.
Manager, this is more than just 1 year of unpaid waste fees, am I correct?
Based on what we see here, yes.
How many years? That's another question. Are they continuous?
We don't know, we don't have.
Yeah, we don't have these 740.
Yes.
3 years.
Look on there, it's 740 per year because it's a duplex.
Mm-hmm.
So if you look
Right.
at the balance of 2,000.
For how many years do we think we didn't get paid 740?
3 years.
3?
The lien was recorded in 2001. These are notices that, if you go at the top and the bottom, it's the notice, there was notices sent in 2000. So it seems like this was happening in 99, 2000, 2001.
Okay, other Commissioner Watts.
I'm just curious as to why the bills weren't paid, because if you paid them since Mr. Milligan bought the property in 91 and was paying the fees every year, what happened with those years? It's not as though...
Again, my client did not receive any notices as to amounts being due. I mean, this is the first time we're actually seeing this information as well. But at a certain point, apparently, the city went from collecting these fees, right, to the county collecting the fees on behalf of the city.
That wasn't until 2010.
Five.
So,
2005.
Well,
sorry, yeah.
well, if he was making the payments since 1991, and at a certain point in time, payments weren't being made, which is 3 years, as my clients indicated, he did not receive those notices.
But the
And
bill-
back in 2001, the lien was recorded, and he did not receive notice of a lien being recorded, and at the time, that was 2,214.68. I don't know where the notices were being sent.
Okay, every year, the notices get sent out, and it was by mail at that time, period. Now, let's just hypothetically, the postman didn't deliver it. But it's the same excuse. You have a service, you know you have a service, you've been paying for it. If you weren't billed for it, something is wrong there, you would be questioned. It's the same thing as if your tax bill got mailed out to your house and the post office didn't deliver it, it doesn't exempt you for paying your property taxes.
My client just indicated to me that it is a duplex.
Correct.
And at the time, tenant was living on the premises. It's possible.
Is he arguing that he used to pay this fee every year and then he stopped getting it, so he figured, well, the village just doesn't charge for that anymore?
Well, his understanding is that the county started handling the collection of the fee.
That was later. That was much later.
Okay. Commissioner Ross.
You mentioned that he discovered this at the time of the sale of another property when they...
Just recently, yes.
But you didn't say when in time that was.
Oh, I'm sorry. The sale was in May of 2015.
Okay. But he's owned the property since 1991.
Correct.
And it doesn't really have a bearing as to whether he lived in it or not, except for the purpose of receiving notice, because notices, to my recollection, when I lived here and when we were doing, the village was collecting these waste fees by direct billing, notice was sent to the property.
The only exceptions were if the property owner was an absentee owner and registered a separate billing address for those fees, to be mailed to. They had to be registered with the city.
I have to submit that it is strange with this gap, given that since 1991 the payments were made, and all of the payments to the county are current, going back to 2004. So we're representing to you here today that the client never received these notices.
We didn't swear anybody in, are we supposed to do that?
No, this is, this is simply a fine reduction request, so.
Heidi, I'm sorry, what years did he not pay?
We believe 1999, 2000, and 2001.
And so then in 2002 he started paying again?
Yes.
Yes? I'm sorry?
He started paying again in 2002?
Must have.
I'm not sure the question that's on the floor, but at the end of the day, the information that's being provided here as to when he stopped paying, what the lien consists of, we requested that information prior to this.
That's not my question. He stopped paying in 1999. He didn't pay in 99, 2000, or 01. Did he pay in 02?
I do not know.
You want to ask him? He's right there.
He's saying that he did not know he owed these fees. He has no idea.
That wasn't the question. The question was, did he pay in 02?
Well, Mayor, if I may, if he did not pay in 02 or 03 or 04, we would have had a delinquent case and would have added that to the lien.
Right.
Okay.
So, on this statement of waste fees, there's notations about reminders being sent, and does it show the last reminder being sent?
October.
2000.
So once the lien was recorded,
On 1/12/01 based on this.
So
and
let-
after the lien was recorded, no further reminders were sent,
Nothing in the street file today.
and nothing shows. Okay.
And the lien itself does not reflect that it was delivered to anyone, and the lien itself does not contain the name of the owner.
Okay, but the service was obviously provided
Okay,
at that time, and it wasn't paid for,
okay.
as far as we could tell. Unless you have some proof of payment.
All I have here is a lien that does not provide for notice. And my client submits that he never received that there was anything that was due.
Okay.
I'd
wanna
like
make-
to make a proposition unless you have a comment.
Do you have other comments, or do you?
Heidi or Maria, do we have, on some of these statements, there's a, says name and account, Orlando Milligan, mailing address, nothing. Do we have a mailing address to which, where these were sent?
We don't have anything in the street file indicating the, like, we don't have a copy of the envelope, we don't have anything to that extent.
But clearly, reminders were sent on 3 occasions. I mean, it's stamped.
Andy paid in 98 and 02.
Right.
Right.
So you want to make?
So I'm gonna
make a
propose, because there was a service provided, and from, can you tell me what is the amount? Do we know?
26,000.
26,000?
No, no.
No, I thought 22, 14, 16.
Oh, what? From the cost of the
That's-
service?
At that time,
The cost of the service is
$2,100. No,
$2,214.68.
2,200, right. And there's been some time invested, well, there's time that has lapsed, so there's the village's lack of use of those funds for a period of time. That's what interest is charged for ordinarily. And then there's also resource, staff time that has been invested just to bring this process here to us. So I'm going to propose a fine reduction to $5,060.
What does he want to pay?
Okay, so. Okay, there's a proposal for
Double that.
$5,060. Okay, Commissioner Ross, what?
Well, I did really bad math, but I was trying to double whatever the basic fee was, which was $2,055. So I'm going to rephrase that. It's the $2,055.79
2,200 and something.
times 2.
Okay. Any other comments on that amount?
I want to know what he wants to pay.
Well, I can answer that question. We actually came in here today to pay the amount, to offer to pay the amount
What
that's
amount?
indicated on the lien, which is the $2214.68 plus the $12 recording fee.
Mayor, the number from Commissioner Ross, if you double that, is $4,429.36.
Okay. Any other comments?
I think this has been going on too long, and the interest definitely has been building, and people need to be paying attention. There's no free ride.
Commissioner Watts, any other comments?
I'm thinking.
Anything else?
Why not something like a percentage of the amount, 20%, say, something like that?
20% of the of what amount?
Reducing it 20% or 20% total?
20% of the.
Of the 26,000?
That's around a little more than 5,000.
You're okay with
I
that?
didn't hear a second, so.
Okay, is that, are you, you made the first motion, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, for 50,
442936.
okay. Is there a second on that? Okay, seeing none.
I'll make a motion for $26,661.70.
Is there a second on that? None. Okay, Commissioner Watts, you want to make a motion?
No, here's my question, is that, Mr. Milligan paid the bills, and this is not a homesteaded property, correct? So that it's like, it's a business venture. And so that.
It was a property that he actually lived in at some point, back and forth, but currently it's being rented.
Okay, well, one would think that one would take care of one's finances in a business.
He is current on all of his tax bills.
Okay, well,
He's,
then I just would like an explanation what happened in those 3 years, were they something terrible?
He didn't pay.
unfortunately, he did not receive the notices. And at the time, there were tenants on the premises. So many things could have happened, but he did not receive the notices.
But if you own properties and you're renting things out and money's coming in and going out, you expect that you would know that that bill is going to come every year, just as it has before, and there would be something wrong if it didn't.
Okay, I think we went over that. So
I'm going to make a proposal, if
Yes.
I may make a second proposal.
Sure.
To reduce the fine to 20% of the $26,661.70.
Yeah, so that's $5,332.34.
Okay, is there a second on that?
Okay.
Okay, second by Commissioner Ross. Commissioner Jones.
That's good.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 No.
Thank you very much.
20%?
20%.
And what is that number? Specific? Sorry?
332.34.
5,332?
Yeah, and 34 cents.
34 cents. And as far as how to pay this,
Write a check.
who do we go to? Who do we communicate with? Okay. And he will get a release of lien
Correct.
upon payment?
Yeah,
And may he have at least 30 days
That's what I was going to be asking.
to make this
Can you
payment?
amend that 30 days? Is that acceptable?
We'll just provide 30 days,
Okay,
that's fine.
perfect.
30 days?
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thanks for your patience.
Thank you.
Okay,
with
let's
that?
go back
You okay with
to
that?
30 days.
No.
item 10A, Resolution 2015-41.
This is a resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, supporting the proposed resolutions for consideration by the Resolutions Committee being presented at the League's 89th Annual Conference on August 13th through the 15th, 2015, providing for an effective date. Request to approve.
Okay, is there
I
a
have a
motion?
comment on that.
Yes.
I called Heidi a little earlier on my way back here today, because after I reread, we do these often, supporting what the league does, but after I reread it over the weekend, I realized that these are the proposed resolutions that are collected from all of the cities.
Right.
And when you go to the annual conference next week, the resolution committee will be vetting these and maybe others, and they'll be changing these or accepting them or not accepting them. So I think it's premature for us to vote and approve all of these submitted resolutions, and I'd rather see us let the Florida League Committee go through their process during the annual conference, and then next month, we could look at what the resolutions they approved, and we could endorse them or not.
Okay.
Well, aren't we, we could be just approving these for putting forward to the resolution committee.
I don't know that it's our place to approve, sort of the draft resolutions to be submitted to the league's committee. I think it's just premature.
Look, they're all ceremonial. I don't really have any issue with it.
They aren't all ceremonial.
What's-
And then we'll have to go into the details of some of these.
Okay.
Which, we would be having a discussion about something that may not even happen.
Yeah, okay. Do you have an issue with any of them, or?
I do.
You do, okay, all right, fair enough. All right, so is there consensus to delay? Okay.
Sure.
That's
Okay.
fine.
All right, so we'll put it off. Resolution 2015-42.
This is a resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, encouraging the Florida Legislature to remove barriers to custom-sited solar power and expressing support for the Floridians for Solar Choice ballot petition, providing for an effective date. Provided by Commissioner Watts.
Okay, Commissioner Watts.
I think the resolution, the backup is pretty clear. The solar initiative was a grassroots citizens effort working to help more homes and businesses to generate electricity by harnessing the power of the sun. Through the Floridians for Solar Choice. The petition is to put this on the ballot for 2016, that if successful, would open the door to solar energy choices for Floridians and remove essentially the monopolies that are currently held by the utilities. And it has been endorsed by the Clio Institute, the Sierra Club, South Florida Audubon Society, and many others. And I mentioned in this document that the League of Cities did write a brief against it, against the solar initiative, which has been then responded to.
Right?
Pardon?
Didn't they withdraw it?
Yeah.
They didn't withdraw it? No?
No, the part of the,
They
on your
receded
agenda,
from opposition.
there's a
They receded
resolution
from
to
opposition.
rescind
Oh,
that
okay.
brief,
That's
which was started by Cindy Lerner and Pinecrest and signed on by many other companies, and I think that's very important. If you read the brief, actually, I was reading it. It is clearly written by someone heavily influenced by the utility companies. And every single argument is parsed and sliced and diced in order to, for making ridiculous arguments against what the solar industry could do. At one point, actually, I thought it could have been written by Commissioner Jonas, the way the argumentation ran. It's something that...
All right.
Motion in favor of 15-42.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Second by Commissioner Anderson. All in favor?
No,
Aye.
I'd like to say something
Oh,
about it. I have an issue with using our municipal resources and taxpayer dollars to support a ballot initiative when there will be taxpayers within our municipality that are in favor and against it, and it's going to go before them for a vote. It's actually a prohibition against using taxpayer funds to advocate one side or another of something that's going to be on the ballot. So I don't want to use our time or our signature in support of one side. It would be a different thing if we were doing an information campaign and presenting it, but I can't be in favor of this.
Well, the time is already done. It's drafted, number one, right?
Mayor, if I may, there's and it's evolving, but there's was passed about 7-8 years ago. It's a electioneering communications statute, which prohibits government agencies from taking a side on issues that are going to be presented in a referendum. Now, despite the language of the way it's written, electioneering communications has subsequently been drafted only not to an issue, but as to a candidate, okay? But the second part of it is also that you can't do a political advertisement. And the question of political advertisement is have you expended any funds to do it? So I believe probably South Miami and Pinecrest have passed this resolution. And so they've interpreted that as not expending funds, okay? There's a difference of opinion on that. So the one thing I would tell you, it's not a political advertisement, and that's narrowly construed if you say vote yes, vote no, or support. So if you wanted to pass this, my only issue would be that I would take out the support, because that could be deemed a political ad. And I'm more conservative maybe than others, but to me, because there's a state law there, but you could still, if you wanted to remove barriers to customer-sited solar power. And so the way I've always done it, there used to be when this law got passed, you could educate, but you could not argue for. Advocate, thank you.
Paragraph, and just say the thing is we
I can make those changes.
matter.
The way I read this is basically is to go ahead and say, put this in front of the voters.
We use the word support.
Not supporting it to.
But we use the word support, and I would just want to change that, that's all.
Right.
I didn't intend it to.
We're not taking a stance whether one way or the other, let the voters, in other words, it's just an initiative to go ahead and let, as a referendum, state referendum.
Same thing here.
And we can do that.
Okay, is that going to take much time to change?
No, it's the kind of, almost, no, I can send it to you tomorrow to sign, to draft and adopt that with those changes.
Okay.
So it's taking out supporting the Floridians for solar choice ballot petition
Right, and saying,
to amend.
and it would also, I think it's in the section 1, it also is in supporting the Florida for Solar Choice ballot petition, so instead it would be to provide the choice.
Yes.
Okay. Then you're not advocating, and it's not a political ad.
One more comment on the brief that was filed by the Florida League of Cities, which they have not withdrawn and they still are in support of, is the brief addresses municipal concerns with the implementation. So I don't believe it was written by Fred Jonas. But it does point out to the court that there is an impact to municipal revenues if these changes are implemented. And so I think, I commend the League of Cities for bringing that issue before the court, which might have been overlooked otherwise.
However, I thought, I understand their argument, but I think it's calling fire and saying the hurricane's coming, because I think that even in our city, we have, in passing that resolution or ordinance last year to allow us to have special fees, assessment fees, in the eventuality that solar power were to come and the franchise fees from FP&L were reduced, we have other means of compensating for that with income to the city. So I don't think that in the long run it's going to be a problem.
I'm just saying the Florida League of Cities, their role is to defend municipalities and the resources available to municipalities, and they are not inside of any kind of political process other than defending cities.
The end of the brief is really interesting because as their final card against it, they say, this is going to destroy the power of the legislature. Even after when I was at the last League of Cities meeting, the people were there saying, the legislature doesn't understand the concept of home rule and blah, blah, blah. And now the League of Cities is turning around and using the argument, you don't want your power to be
Okay. All right, so let's not debate it.
Yeah.
You're okay with the change? Okay, so there's a motion on the floor.
Make a motion, are okay with the change?
Yes. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Yep. Aye.
Any noes?
No.
Okay. All right, let's move on to item 11A, tipping options. I know that's why thank you for sticking around. Madam Manager.
So, Mayor, if you recall, at the last meeting, we had both representatives from the county and Waste Pro at our meeting to talk about the different ways in which we can dispose of our solid waste. The two options we have is to enter into a second agreement of our interlocal agreement with the county. It is negotiated right now, or presented right now by them at 20 years, but they are willing to go to 10 years. Or we can amend our franchise agreement with Waste Pro to allow them to take the burden on identifying and negotiating rates for solid waste disposal. I'm seeking direction from the commission tonight. Our agreement with the county does expire before October, so we would need to bring one of those two different options back to you at the September meeting.
Okay. All right, comments? Commissioner Anderson.
At our last meeting, when we discussed the pros and cons of both sides, if we didn't renew with the county, it seems like the county says there's 0 penalties if we decide to go ahead and renew sometime in the future. If we allow Waste Pro to go ahead and negotiate, however, they're going to go ahead and get rid of our garbage and trash, whatever facilities they use, there might be a slight savings to the citizens. I look at a slight savings to the citizens, let's go for it. because it's the same service, same people picking it up. And in the future, if there is a problem, we can go back to the county with no penalty.
Okay. Other comments?
In other words, if we switch, we can't lose.
Right.
Right. And if we do switch, because we have to renew the contract, have that in their contract, it's for the life of their contract, am I correct? Of Waste Pro's contract.
Right.
Right.
It couldn't,
And then if we were to bid it out at the end of the contract, if we would bid out our services again, it would be part of that bidding out process, and whoever comes to us would be responsible.
Or we'd revert to the
Or we
county.
can go back to the county.
I think it's a no-win situation.
No lose.
Or no lose, and possibly a savings to the residents on the cost of their service.
Okay, other comments? Commissioner Watts, anything?
I just, I don't, I know this is a lot, this isn't the right logic to use, but I think that I just don't want to have any more to do with Waste Pro. I'm so dissatisfied with their service, it would just be giving them something to say, it would essentially be applauding their performance so far by giving them this.
Okay.
I agree with Commissioner Anderson. We're always looking for savings, and if there's some to be had, we should pursue them.
Yeah, I tend to agree, and I don't think by any stretch of the imagination that it's tipping our hats to Waste Pro and what's, I think it just makes business sense to do it.
And even if it was, there's no point cutting our noses off to spite our faces.
Okay. So the consensus?
Can I have a motion?
No, motion.
Okay, I make a motion to go ahead and let Waste Pro do the disposal of our sanitation, garbage and trash.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Anderson, second by Commissioner Jonas.
There's some negotiation process that'll take place in
yeah,
amendment to the...
if there's an issue, we'll know by September, and then you can readdress if you need
But
to.
we'll have we need to have the amendment.
We're bringing it.
Yeah, yeah.
But if for some reason the amendment's not what we expect it to be.
We'll let them know
yeah.
beforehand, yeah.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
No? No. Okay, 4-1. All righty.
12C.
12C. Thank you.
Commissioner Watts, I believe.
Yes, Commissioner Watts.
Commissioner Watts.
I think as we all receive notices about various grants, there are very few grants for which Biscayne Park is capable of applying. There are various restrictions, and we are not a relatively affluent village, even though we think we've got all kinds of financial problems. But there aren't many grants, but there are some that have to do with the Florida Humanities Council. And I guess this is sort of my ballet. When I ran for office, I remember I was asked, well, what are you going to bring to the village? And certainly I don't bring knowledge of the law. I depend on my colleagues for certain things. But things that I do know about are things that have to do with the humanities and the arts. So I was searching through the, I know of this council, and I just looked through the website and found that there are certain things that we might be able to take advantage of. One, there is a, these are sort of all together. First, one of them is that we become, it would necessitate that we become a member of the Florida Humanities Council, which costs $75 a year. This would enable us to apply for the monies that are provided by the so-called Speakers Bureau. I don't know how many years this program is going to last, but this year this Speakers Bureau will come up with $750 for a speaker, and they've got a list of speakers, a roster of speakers with the lectures that they give. And if you make arrangements for the speaker's fee, and if for the speaker's fee with these speakers, and the Florida Humanities Council only ask that we provide some money in kind, like for maybe the rental hall fee, waiving the amount of staff time that would be needed to put on one of these events. And there are a host of really interesting, I think, interesting lectures that we could have. And since we are going to soon celebrate the completion of the restoration of the log cabin, we'll have another place in which to have lectures. And people have said to me, well, what are we going to use the log cabin for? And everybody says, oh, we're going to have our advisory board meetings there, we'll have our commission meetings there. But what else? Well, we don't have money to do things on our own, to have cultural programs and to provide honoraria for speakers and such like that, but we could do this by joining the Florida Humanities Council and getting speakers that they provide. So I think it's a really wonderful program, and I think that we should join it and take advantage of the lectures. There are certain ones, like I'll just give you just the audience, a couple of the lectures that could be we could choose and to negotiate and get. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, A Life with the Everglades by Jack Davis, and some of these are absolutely wonderful journalists and scholars. Rain, A History of Stormy Times, Blue Ethic, The Water Ethic for Florida, Spy Schemes and the Sons of Liberty, The Shadier Side of East and West Florida During the American Revolution, Spanish Colonial Foodways. There's one, The Scent of Scandal, Inside the World of Orchid Smuggling. When Manatees Were Sea Cows, How Floridians Coped When Times Were Hard. And these are the types of things that we could get, and I think that up to 3 a year. And I'm proposing that we join the Florida Humanities Council and try to have these things done.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Ross.
It seems like a really good program, and there are a lot of interesting things that we could do. I have a question, though, because as looking through the grants that have been given in the last couple of years, 3 years I went back, and they all seem to be given to organizations that are like a society or a library or groups of people, not many for cities. So I wonder if this is something that we should ask the foundation to do, and $75 membership fee seems very reasonable for everything that's offered, but should it be the city that the village that does it, or the foundation?
Okay, Commissioner, I thought about that, and I've talked about it with I know the village manager's ideas, but my thought about the foundation is that if we go back to the charter of the foundation, it's really stretching it to say that the foundation is going to do all of these cultural things. It's basically the fundraising arm of the village. And unless we were to ask, and I've thought about this and thinking maybe we should go to the foundation and ask them to change their charter, essentially, and to add some more specific things in to promote the civic well-being and the cultural heritage of Florida and such like that. That might be a way, but
Did you read their bylaws? Because I'm pretty sure that their bylaws includes that kind of
it's
that
really,
language.
really vague in like one line. I don't have it with me.
Yeah, I don't have it with me either.
And do you think that many cities haven't received these grants because maybe many cities don't apply? I don't know. Is that?
Yeah,
do
I
you
don't
have
know.
any idea?
No, I talked with man. I didn't talk with him about that per se, the person who's in charge of it that per se. But I was thinking that in the end, when we talk about the log cabin, we're going to talk about it, use it as a kind of cultural center, and people have talked about having art exhibitions or History Miami doing something there, so that if we frame it and say we're starting this, this new use because we've got this building, what are we going to use it for? Make it something exciting.
So I just
There's a lot of good stuff, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure that it's the village and the administration that should be burdened with, hunting these down and developing them and managing them and hosting them. And I think that we should maybe give direction to the foundation, maybe even pay the $75 fee, on their behalf to be able to access some of the
Yeah, that's a good
programs
point,
that are
yeah.
offered. I mean, some of the things are great, like someone's putting together a Florida Literature Book Club with programs and lectures, and
So your
those are
concern
things
is
that
staff
we
using
could,
our staff time to.
absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
Is there something?
I had said like this time to try it out, I would call and make the arrangements if you all wanted to choose. The man I spoke with, whose name escapes me, said, we only have a certain amount of money, and when we run out, we run out. So it's first come, first served. So that I just wanted us to say, okay, let's choose a couple of these or get someone to choose some and just start seeing if we can make the application.
I want to understand something. It's the $75 membership, and then did you say there was some other fee for rental of something or other?
No, it's like the only in kind, because one of the things that, like, some of the other grants, many of the grants today, they're all matching grants. And how do you we don't have money to match right now. But this is the in-kind is for like, well, right now, if you wanted to rent the rec center, you'd have to pay $50. Okay, we could say, oh, we're going to waive that, it'll be in-kind.
Okay, but for right now, we don't even have a place to hold the.
No, but
host
this is,
these.
the applications are for this coming year. So the application, we could make the application for, as I wrote here, something in February, something in April, and something during the summer.
So I had
2016.
I had another thought about how we could approach this. It's kind of a potentially interesting cultural enhancement for the village. And I'm sort of reminded of the artistic enhancement that the village has been able to receive. And it's done that because of private contributions of a number of your neighbors. And I'm wondering whether some of our neighbors would like to contribute privately for this as well. That way the village doesn't have to pay anything. And just as a frame of reference, even when I have suggested in the past charging village residents as little as $8 per house per year, that was seen as excessive. So I'm thinking maybe we should handle this with private donations instead of the village paying for it.
Just $75, that's all it is?
That's what I thought. You know, when I said $8 per house per year, like who's going to care about that? I was very surprised. A lot of people really did. So I'm thinking, you know, maybe some of our neighbors would like to get together and pool $1 each, 75 of them, and then we can go forward with this.
Okay, my understanding is this is a matching grant, and we can match, our match would be in kind, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, no money.
So the only upfront would be the $75. And who's going to be administrating, because I don't want to start using staff time, because that's, so who's going to go ahead and take care of the grant?
Okay, it's not a specific grant. It's, they will pay for, okay, they will give up to $750 to help cover some of the expenses.
Okay.
That's the speaker's fee. And if the speaker has to come down and stay overnight, the hotel fees. So whatever that amount comes to, with a cap of $750, and you negotiate with the speakers, then the Florida Humanities Council covers those expenses.
Okay, but who has to fill out the paperwork showing where the money, that we're utilizing the money? These grants, there is some paperwork that has to be done besides applying for it. Who's
Well,
going?
that's why I'm having this discussion.
Okay, because I want to find out who's going to be doing it,
Yeah, well,
because I think
Maybe-
staff
maybe-
has enough things going on. If you would volunteer, or if you,
Yeah.
to go ahead and do it, so the staff doesn't have to do that, then we're looking at, for sure, the only cost would be $75, and it wouldn't be taking up staff's time. I don't, I think it's a pretty good deal.
Maybe the group of private donors could get enough money for the hotel room too, and maybe even to hire an assistant to do some of the paperwork.
I don't think it's not going to be that much paperwork. I mean, I can't,
Well-
until we join, I can't open
Why
up
don't
that
we-
portal.
Right, but we don't have to worry about it as long as you get private donations. Then you can handle it any way you want.
$75, I would write a check for $75.
Each one of us kick in $15. We could pay it for the foundation, and then you can work with them to
Yeah, or we
develop.
all could. I mean, this isn't something I don't want to say, I own this. I mean, I want the whole commission.
Look,
to-
I don't, whether we pay or the village pays $75, I think we should try it for a year and see how it goes. But my only concern is what Commissioner Anderson said. As long as you're going to take this on, then I'm okay with it. I mean, not that I won't help, or if you need help, someone will help, but
And once we decide that we're going to go forward with this, I think that it wouldn't be would it be a breach of sunshine for me to meet with Barbara and say, well, let's work on this, try to pursue this lecture or this
As
particular
long as it's
program?
not coming back to the commission for a vote.
Right.
Right? So if this is just ministerial stuff, when is he coming in, and are you picking him up, am I picking him up, that's all fine. But if it's going to be a recommendation that you're going to vote on, now you have sunshine. So we'd have to look at how it plays out.
okay. All right, so I think there's consensus to move forward with it. Thank you very much for bringing it to our attention.
4-to-1 at best.
What?
Who's going to pay the $75?
What's that?
Who's going to pay the $75?
I don't know.
I think we can, I think out of our budget, we can afford the $75.
All right, so let's move on to 12D. Commissioner Watts, here's another one for you.
Okay, this is the home tour fundraiser. All right, this is going to an idea I had years ago when I first was elected, and I talked with the former village manager about it, and things never went further. But in light of the financial problems with the log cabin and trying to think of fundraising opportunities, I was thinking that we should start to have a holiday home tour fundraiser. Now, I know many of you may have gone to Morningside and some of the other house tours. They're wonderful. Just recently, not recently, but in the past years, Miami Shores has a holiday tour. And this is sponsored actually by the University of Miami's chapter for breast cancer awareness or whatever, and for research funding. But they make about $27,000 a year. And I know that we wouldn't be able to make that much, but I think that it's long overdue because we've got beautiful homes in Biscayne Park. And if 5 people a year would be willing to open up their homes so that people could see them, I think it would be a delightful addition to the offerings that we have, and the possibility of making some money for the restoration of the log cabin. And as I mentioned, in addition, because if we were to do this at the holidays when many homes are decorated, we could think about being charitable and choose a charity to donate half of the monies from that, such as the Pelican Harbor station, so that we would be doing something charitable as well as helping the village itself.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Watts.
You know, years ago, we used to have an organization called a civic club. And this is something that the civic club had thought about. And I think this is something I think we need to reinvent a club. Somebody needs to reinvent a club, and the club should be doing it. I don't think the city should be involved in this.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a great idea, but I don't.
Why not? I'm just curious.
Why I don't feel the city should be, because I honestly, I think there's hidden expenses in there, and I'm really concerned about. And just right off the top, like you said, you're suggesting, let's say, five residents. We need to even need to go ahead and find 5 residents that would want to do it. And that's why I think a civic organization would be ideal. This way, they can go out, go talk to people, maybe some of the members. Maybe you could help to go ahead and get the civic club started again. And then you can get some of the residents that want to be on that club. They may open up some of their homes. But I mean, it needs to be a civic movement.
I think it's another really good idea for the foundation to get involved in. If not a civic club, then something that we already have in existence, the foundation could get involved in. And I'm afraid that it's not really the city's role to develop and manage and administer these things, and that it possibly would open the city up to some liability.
I knew you were going to say that. But I think we have insurance. But no, but that's fine. I would just like to find a venue, find an organization, or ask the boards, or have an ad hoc committee. I mean.
Yeah. Why don't you bring it to the attention of the foundation? Thank you. I think it's a great idea. Maybe they can add it to their activities.
Okay. I mean, would you all be willing and be interested in this?
Absolutely.
I think it's a great idea. It's just that I don't think the city should be doing it.
Yeah. Well, that's why I put it as a discussion.
Right. I'm not against the idea.
Yeah.
It's just.
Yeah. Because I just had an image of the houses and just with music playing in some of the houses, and then the trolley going on, and that we could then also I thought that then realtors might want to schedule their open houses on that same day, and I think that it could be eventuate in something that would really make us a lot of money.
Okay. Oh, thank you. All right. 12E, Madam Manager.
You know what, one thing I forgot, I forgot that they were all bundled together. There is one grant for the Humanities Council that there's a grant that I didn't mention. And this was a mini grant for up to, I think, $5,000. And I thought that we might apply for it, and it's not a matching grant, not in kind, so we just received the money for this. And I thought that we might do something similar to what we did for the celebration of the 75th anniversary, if we could get the grant. Like have a speaker come and have some music appropriate to perhaps the 1930s, and have the Florida Humanities, if we could, if we were so lucky to receive this Florida Humanities grant. My thought was that we would have Mr. Heisenbattle talk about the restoration of the log cabin, and then perhaps, and I could name other names, but John Stewart was one of the architects and members of my college who came to the log cabin and looked at it, and who actually wrote a book, or co-edited a book on this, on the projects, and he knew intimately the details of the log cabin. And I don't know, I tried to get him to give us a speech once before, and it's twisting arms, I can't, but I thought, well, maybe if we had money for an honorarium, we could get him, or someone like him, who is an authority on Depression-era buildings or construction in South Florida, someone who's a good speaker, who is like Paul George, but not Paul George, in a sense, that might be a good way to celebrate the opening of the log cabin.
Okay, that's a full grant.
It's a full grant, and if someone wants to help me on it, I said, in the backup here, I said I'd be willing to write the grant proposal.
Okay. I'll work out. I'll help you.
And if anyone wants to help me, that'd be great, because school is starting and I'm going to have no job.
Okay. All righty. Madam Manager, 12E.
We're bringing this forward for some discussion with the commission. On a day-to-day basis, we run into a couple different situations. One situation we find is that our code of ordinances requires that a tree service provider to remove all tree limbs that were cut from the property and dispose of them outside of the village. Often, our understanding is they would say to the user, or I'm sorry, their client, we can perform a service for you for X amount of dollars, and if you would like us to haul it away, it will be more money. And of course, everyone chooses the other, unbeknownst to them that now they're going to be violating our ordinance. The ordinance runs with the land, essentially, so what happens then is either the homeowner is cited by us for having tree debris out on the wrong day, or they have an oversized pile that can be in the several $100s category when it's measured out for disposal. And then the homeowner is stuck with the bill for that, either from the code side of it or the oversized pile side of it. The other issue we've had, and this has been very recent but frequent, is providers have come in and set a certain amount for use for services, and then demanded more money in order to finish the job. There's one provider that's gone around the town and saying that they're actually that we, the village, are their client, and they have used that lie to get more business. A police report has recently been filed. We have another resident who's considering a police report because of these activities. So we are often put in the middle of these situations. We are often having to do some enforcement and talking to other cities and reviewing other cities' ordinances. We started to explore the idea of having some kind of mobile vendor specific to people who work on the outside of properties, landscapers, possibly lawn maintenance providers, do some kind of registration with the village. The amount that is charged from city to city varies, and that's something we would still explore. But right now, what we wanted to have is a general open discussion with the commission if this is something they're interested in. And if so, we will go and do more research and draft up some language for the commission to consider at a future meeting.
Mayor?
I
Yes, Commissioner
recognize the
Anderson?
problem, but it seems like a heavy-handed, intrusive approach to it. And it seems to me maybe it would be better, at least at the outset, to compose a letter explaining all of this and what companies to watch out for, and just send it to everybody.
We can't specifically speak about any company.
Okay, then just to describe what the problem is, and that if you don't have your tree surgeon take away stuff, we'll take it away for you and we'll charge you for it.
Yeah, I think we can accomplish it through code enforcement.
I
I mean,
think
that one issue that you're speaking to about leaving limbs and oversized piles can just be enforced through code
Right.
enforcement.
We've had this ordinance on the books for a lot of years. And hypothetically, let's say only registered people can be in here for trimming trees. Let's just say that. You're going to have a tree trimmer that's going to be in here that's not registered. It's going to happen. We're small. Come right down the street there, maybe they're trimming something else. Unless we're going to have our police, our code officers always going to go around with this list of all the approved people, I don't see how it's really that practical. I think what we need to do is to go ahead and enforce with our trash being put out the wrong time, too big of a pile, etc. Enforce that. Yes, one of our residents, because they took the cheap way out, they'll find out that because they're going to have to pay this extra amount, I think that's going to be the last time they're going to take the cheap way out. The other thing what I've been noticing a lot, and I think it's a state county law, I think all contracting people like lawn service and stuff are supposed to have a sign on their vehicles showing a license number, a county license number, the name of the company. And I see so many of them, you have no idea. It's just maybe a van with no information. That's a lawn service company. Now, that's the ones I think we need to really be taking a look at. Everything should have a sign on their vehicles, because there's no way our officers will know, are those people that are really supposed to be doing their job, or they're just can go in the backyard and neighbors won't think too much of it.
It's interesting that you mentioned the police, because in reading through this, I thought it's a great way for us to keep track of who is traveling in the village with a van or a truck or a pickup. They may be providing a service, but they may also be scouting for scrap metal. I know we've had situations where a house was under construction and people just drove by and walked onto the property and took scrap metal that it was essentially stealing. So I thought, in addition to helping with the issue about the oversized pile and the landscapers not taking care of the disposal as we already have in our code, I thought having the registration and having a record of the people that are authorized to be in the village will help administration and the police and code know when someone is not authorized.
That's only if every officer in the code, every time they see a vehicle that looks like a commercial, could be a commercial vehicle, unless we start really enforcing, my understanding is the county code that has to have a signage on them to have their list and go down through the list. Oh yeah, that's okay. That one has been registered. And I don't see that part happening. I think it's just that's pretty burdensome.
We have another section in the code that requires all solicitors to register with the village, and then when they do, they actually register with the police department, and so the police has a list knowing that these people are going to be walking through your village, through the village, and they're aware of it. They could
I can tell you, I
likewise
wish that
have the
would
list of
be.
who the authorized vendors
Right.
are, and then they could be aware of those.
And as far as I understand, we do have that already, that they have to be registered, solicitors. And I tell you, where I live.
And that's what I'm saying. It helps. It's an aid for the police.
Well, I can tell you where I live, I get at least one or two a week. In fact, I just had, last week, two gentlemen, they claim they were doing all this window work, etc., and they have a little booth at BJ's, that, like Costco. And their company, they were going all around through the area.
And they said they were not registered with the village?
If you're registered, you need to have something. They have nothing. And I've seen this too many times. So we need, in other words, I'd like for us to start enforcing the existing ordinances and laws that we have.
Was that Florida Home Improvements?
I think it was.
They were registered.
Yeah, I asked.
It was. Because they didn't have anything.
Yeah, they came to my house and I asked them, and they just weren't showing it.
We don't give them a pass or anything.
It's unusual.
Excuse me,
No.
if you registered, which my company does, register with the police department, they give me a piece of paper that I gotta carry with me every time I do any. So it is right, you have to register.
But apparently these people were registered.
They get a piece of paper.
I was surprised.
But, I mean, as long as we start enforcing, what about with the, I wish our chief was here, because to make sure about what I'm saying about the county requires businesses, mobile businesses to have signage.
We're gonna follow up on that.
And if that, you know, if we could just enforce that, I think it'll slow, a lot of things will slow down a lot of problems.
Is this a,
The truck, I mean, I'm not gonna name the company, but they're marked. I mean, he has little business cards. He
And-
tried to take one of our employees' business cards so he could pass it off to say that this person has endorsed him.
We also have to think about the impact that these vehicles have on our roads. If you go up, I just noticed on 10th Avenue where the roadway is sort of crumpling off on the median side. And, you know, sometimes these vehicles are added weight and have an impact.
You're talking about vehicles that just are just cruising through the neighborhood looking for business? I mean, but what if the people who are paid to mow our lawns and things like that? The small
know,
business owner, I mean, we're gonna become known as not the city that don't even think of speeding, but the city of one more rule, one more legislation.
yeah, I think, look, I think that, I think we have limited code resources. I don't think this is an issue that's so prevalent that we need to have code now focus on this when we have so many other issues that I think code should focus on. So, I'm okay with maybe enforcing what's
Right.
on the books if there's unlicensed.
It's clear there's not consensus, but I just wanna add a little more information to this. It's not so much about us doing code enforcement on them, it's about engaging them with the community. We have these rules. We are constantly running landscapers off of the medians, those type of things. It's you know, we are taking staff time to address these complaints with our residents. We are having to do a police report recently. We are having to go out and we have to be the bearer of bad news when we're explaining to the residents that, no, your tree trimmer should have taken this away. That's what our code says. So the idea wasn't so much about code enforcement and taxing our code officer more. It was more about engaging and regulating the activities of the providers by making them register. No different than with the boat ordinance. We did a sweep 3 or 4 times about giving everyone notice that you would need to get the variance and those type of things. It would be the same thing. It would be outreach in the beginning, but it's really just to get people used to it. Contractors have to register to work here in the village. Solicitors have to register to work here in the village. So our mindset is along those same lines, and not so much that it gives our code enforcement officer one more thing or our police officers one more thing to look for, but instead to have better control of who comes in and out of the village and provides services that ultimately the property owner is responsible for.
Okay, can we bring it, maybe bring it back?
If a commissioner wants to bring it back in the future, just let us know. We've got
Okay.
our initial research going. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
12F. F.
12F.
Yes, at the last year in Tallahassee, the legislator voted to start the session early, so we'll be starting 3 months earlier this year, sometime in January, and I was talking to our legislative consultant, Dave Caserta, about starting to come up with what our legislative goals would be so that we could start making sure that he is hitting the right committees. I don't want to be too far ahead of the commission with this thought process, but I think we've kind of tapped out our financial resources right now up in Tallahassee, and perhaps this year I would suspect a lot of our focus would be more on legislative items that may be of interest to the village. We've talked in the past, for example, about the law enforcement assessment that has a a few year history here in the village and those type of things. So if I could get some direction from the commission tonight, that would allow Dave Caserta and I to work together and kind of map out what our goals will be and our plan of attack will be in Tallahassee this session. If I could just speak to the law enforcement assessment real quickly, it got a lot of traction. It got through, if I recall, 3 or 4 committees last year, and I have to believe somewhat that the other stuff that came up at the end of the session kind of derailed a lot of things that were getting ground for the first time in the committees. So I think we have a good opportunity there. I think our millage rate tells a great story for the need for this type of assessment and the equality that comes with that assessment. So I would like to throw that out there, but I'm definitely looking for direction from the commission as well.
Yeah, no, I think that should be the top of the list. I mean,
Yeah, I support the law enforcement assessment.
Yeah. It's something I've been advocating for a couple of years now, too. I think that after next week's annual conference at the Florida League, maybe we'll have a bit of a better education of what's out there and what is being talked of. So can we come back to you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
that's a good idea.
Put it on the September agenda,
Yeah.
and we can give a report, the mayor and I can give a report on the conference.
That'd be great.
Okay, good idea, thank you. All right, the last item is mine, 12G. That's what you're all hanging around for? Dan, no, I put this on here because I just thought that we should have a discussion, not, by no stretch of imagination was it to disband the boards. I think that you all do valuable work and it's important. But just speaking on the advisory boards, I just want to sort of get a clear understanding from staff as to, and I read the code as to what the scope of the purpose of these boards and what they do. And I'm just getting a little bit concerned that some of the boards are actually giving homework, so to speak, to staff, and directing staff to do certain things. And I think that's inconsistent with the scope of what the board should be doing. And I'm also concerned about staff time, in attending all these boards, and I want to have a discussion as whether that's appropriate, whether they need staff members there giving reports every month. So I just want to have a general discussion, and see where it goes. But that's my general idea is that I think the directives to staff, they're very busy, and I don't think it should be coming from the board. I think the board should be answering to the commission and recommending ideas to the commission. So perhaps maybe we need to have staff board reports at the commission meetings, and you all could raise issues at the meetings rather than having your meetings and have staff attend those meetings.
Yeah, I was looking for my copy of, I usually keep a copy of the board ordinance in here, but I don't have it. I wonder if we could bring it up. Is that going to be too difficult? Okay. Just my recollection of the ordinance on the advisory boards in particular is that they are advisory to the commission.
Correct.
And, we sometimes have thrown tasks over to the manager and said, work with the, if you would, work with the boards, or tap into those resources as you may need. But I think we need to reinforce the structure the way it is stated in the ordinance, or if we want to change it, then we change it.
Right.
We can't have the law say one thing and then actually in practice do something else. I'm very concerned with this fundraising issue that keeps cropping up every once in a while. I thought it was very clear from the ordinance that the boards are not to pursue fundraising, and then we made an exception and said, well, if you come and say specifically these are the projects we're gonna work on, then the commission could approve for those particular items. But I keep seeing in the board minutes talk about fundraising, and it's all very loosey-goosey, and I'm just concerned about the message that gives to our residents, and even to people who, residents or not, who could be potential donors.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if it's a workshop or if maybe it's a workshop with all the advisory boards where there could be clarification after we agree how we want them to function.
Any other comments?
I agree in part with Commissioner Ross, but my approach is to think that we should look at how we define the boards and perhaps change our definition of what they're supposed to do, whether or not they're supposed to merely advise or do other things. This most recent case with the fundraising has occurred because the board was asked to take over one of the rec center projects. Okay, and so the board is actually doing something for the rec center, and to cover costs, they thought they would do fundraising. So I think that, another former member of a board once told me that she resigned from the board because there was really nothing to do, that it was just this, all they were doing was advising. There was really no point. They had no decisions to make, no part in it, so there was no point in being on the board, so she quit. So I do think that we should readdress the function of the boards and what we expect of them in certain ways.
Well, they are, I mean, the majority of these boards are advisory boards because back in February 25th, 2010, the cover sheet for that particular ordinance, Village Commission has created several boards and committees to provide the Commission with assistance in fulfilling the needs of the village. In order to provide guidance to these boards and committees, the Village Commission deems it to be in the best interest of the village to establish general rules, policies, to codify the boards of the committees. So they're advisory boards.
Right, advisory to the commission.
Correct.
Look, I'm just concerned about staff time and attending these boards. Is it really necessary?
Mayor, can
has it always occurred? Has staff always attended every board meeting?
No.
And actually, in the past,
my
we
fault.
had in our agenda a section for the boards, don't we have that?
We
It's
still
do. Boards, right.
We still do.
Because the idea was that the boards come
Right.
and advise the commission.
Right.
Yes, but
I
I
think-
wanted that, and we had it for a while, but then it was this commission voted against it.
No,
it's on the agenda.
It's still there.
Mayor, so
Put it at the end.
when I started to introduce myself to the village and even go through the interview process, some residents came up to me and said that they felt like the administration did not respect the boards and didn't have an interest in the boards. Coming from other municipalities where staff was generally involved with all the boards, because they were mostly quasi-judicial boards, but even those that weren't quasi-judicial had a staff liaison to them. That was a surprise to me. So one of the first things I did is sit down with the staff, and we actually, we have a sheet where we divided up the boards amongst staff, and my thought process was, and as I led the staff with this idea because it was new to them, was that it would give a better link between us at Village Hall, the boards who are resident representatives, and to the commission, and it will allow us to kind of shepherd projects along and be involved. So that's how it came about under my leadership of employees attending the boards. Since that time, sometimes we are tasked with tasks from the boards, which is fine. You know, we like to be helpful and we like to do it, but there seems to sometimes, as you said, it's not clear where that line is. I also want to, I have to address a couple comments that were said earlier and just now as well. I find it ironic that one of the individuals that said to me during my interview process that the administration doesn't respect the boards still says tonight that the administration has something against the boards, and that's not true. I'm going to use Christian as an example. He's not here 2 to 3 nights a week at my begging and direction to him because we disrespect the boards. I try to, each board has a staff member assigned to it. Sometimes they double up depending on the issue. So Christian might attend something that's assigned to another staff member. Maria herself might do that. And I try to hit every board as much as I can, doing like a round robin of boards, so just so that I'm informed. That's not disrespect. I want to be clear on the record about that. That's going above and beyond the expectations that were of staff before I came here, and it's something that we don't mind doing because we think that connection is important. Regarding us assigning a project to a board recently, that's Children's Safety Day, and one of the things I heard probably throughout all of 2014 was that I stole Children's Safety Day away from the Recreation Advisory Board, which, you know, I heard it from commissioners, I heard it from the public, and it just kind of was, it was not necessary, that verbiage out there. So we asked the board to, you know, take back that project. It was never our intention to assign something to them when I had been told that Heidi stole this day. And again, we didn't steal the day, we were trying to help the project. And it's no different at a rec advisory board event or Parks and Parkways hanging orchids in the tree. Staff is always there to help out. At a foundation event, staff is there. You know, we make ourselves available to the boards, and we want to still have that relationship, but I want to be clear that there needs to be, you know, some respect given back to staff, you know, for our participation in the boards.
I mean, the only two boards that I see that is a very close link between staff and the boards is obviously the Code Compliance Board and the Planning and Zoning Board.
No, but yeah, I'm just speaking about the advisory boards. When my
Right, but
issue-
the advisory boards are different. Those aren't
Right.
advisory boards, correct.
But there is a link back to staff. If staff is under this form of government responsible for the day-to-day operations of the village and the implementation of village programs, we need to know what the boards are thinking and what the boards are doing. And I think we do have a role in providing guidance to the boards when they might be misstepping into our ordinances, such as the fundraising. Every time we bring it up, we are cast in a very dark light when our job is to protect the liability of the village.
I've been a very strong advocate of the boards for as long as I've lived in the park. I've been a member of one or another until I ran for commission. And I still am a strong advocate. I think that the boards are a very important way of keeping interested citizens of the park active and making a difference. But I would certainly say that the board's link and the board's responsibility is to the commission, not to the administration or the staff, and the other way around, that the board should take direction from the commission and not from the staff or the administration, and should never ever give direction to anybody. They are advisory boards, and we should use them that way. It's true that years ago, every commission meeting included at the end a report from each board chair.
And we have it on the agenda.
We do, and it never happens anymore. The board chairs generally are not here, except for Dan, and sometimes both of the Dans, but the rest of them don't come. And I think we really need to return to that. I also think that there's no reason any board should be raising money for anything. They should be coming to us with ideas, not fundraising, and then if we agree with the idea, then we can figure out how to get the money. But it's not the board's responsibility, except for the foundation, to raise money. And so that really should stop. And I'd really love to see it happen again the way it used to happen, which is that the board chairs would each come each month and tell us what the board's doing, what's interesting, what their problems are, would they like any help with anything, and maybe we move this to early in the meeting so people don't have to sit through a whole meeting to do this. But I think we need to reinstate this concept that the boards are advisory to the commission, and that's the way it is.
Okay. All right, so. Yes.
Can't hear you, Dan.
Why don't you ask the board what they...
Yeah, you know, we'll do board reports after this.
And I asked that we did it for 3 months, that the board reports come at the beginning of the meeting, and
Yeah,
I
we can do
voted
that.
down.
We can do
Okay,
that.
I was voted
Oh,
not
let's
to do this months ago or a year ago.
Okay.
But then when we think about it, think about what the fundraising has garnered us. How would we have paid for the refrigerator? How would we pay for all of the renovation of the bathrooms? Came through money that was raised by rec board.
Sorry. All of the renovation of the
Not
bathrooms?
all of it, no, I said it helped. They
I
were
thought I
asked to
heard
help.
you say
No, I
all
didn't
of
say
it.
all, no. Okay.
All right, well, I think I think we get, and this is not adversarial, it's not disrespectful, it's just trying to make it work better and trying to save on staff time, that's all. So why don't we move on to,
I have, I added,
no, I said we'll do board reports and then you guys could.
Right.
could swap.
We have
Okay.
12H now.
12H.
I'm sorry, 12H, okay. And then we'll do the board reports.
So as the commission knows, we have a $50,000 grant from the county. It's a reimbursable grant that allows us to get community signage. We've been working with our selected design firm, Savino Miller, on the design. If you recall, it was presented to the commission 2 or 3 months ago. It's a metal sign that's going to be laser cut. The design of the sign, as well as the materials that were chosen and the method in which it is going to be installed and fabricated, the designer worked specifically with one company. The amount that it would cost us to buy the signs from this manufacturer, oh, do you have it? Thank you. I thought it was on the dais. Exceeds our purchasing requirements where no bids are required. Our purchasing requirements requires anything over $2,500 to have competitive bidding. The purchasing requirements also allow us to seek a waiver from the commission to waive competitive bidding when there's unique situations. I believe because this company was selected by Savino Miller, not by staff, they were involved in the design of the product, and they are the ones that Savino Miller expects to be able to manufacture the product correctly. We're seeking a vote of a majority of the commission to waive competitive bidding today. The bid amount for this is $19,600, and this will be covered by our reimbursable grant with the county. It's important to me because we are dealing with the county to both protect the county as well as ourselves to make sure that we have followed our purchasing policy correctly.
So moved.
And I'm reading here where it says customer pickup. Does that mean Biscayne Park has to pick them up?
Yes, it will be either be us or the installer that we choose. We're out to bid right now for the installer.
I'm sorry, Heidi, is there a time element? Is this the chief issue? In addition to them working closely with the designers, is there a time element why we can't go out to bid?
Well, we need to wrap this up by the end of the fiscal year, but this is the person that our designers have worked with in the past and does this type of manufacturing.
Okay,
And a
so
motion
there's
and a second.
by Commissioner
Me.
Jones.
Commissioner Me.
This is consistent with
Second by
2-139 of our code.
Any further questions, discussion?
Dave?
Yes. Sure.
How many signs are we
8.
talking about?
8. 8.
Okay, motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Want to do?
I can go really quick.
Okay, go
Or
really quick
they
and then
can
we'll do
go.
that. Okay.
You want to let them go?
Just 2 of them.
Okay, why don't we do board reports?
And then I'll do a real quick update on a couple items.
I honestly don't know, Mayor, why this issue came to the forefront. I'm addressing the agenda item, not our board report.
Okay.
Okay? Because we spend a lot of time producing minutes, okay, with recommendations on there that are clear. We very much appreciate staff being at our meetings, and I think that several members of the board understand what the amount of work that staff has to do to run this place, especially right now with the projects that are going on. Okay, we understand it, we appreciate it. However, there were times when we didn't have any staff to give us reports or to answer questions or as to what was going on, to give us information such that we could give you a recommendation based on what was going on. So we remember those days. So we very much appreciate staff being there. And trust me, our board and Christian have some interesting conversations sometimes. We talk about difficult issues, about, you know, problems that are out there and how to resolve them and so forth. Hopefully, we provide information sometimes to help move them forward in trying to solve the situation. Let me say that, you know, I've been involved with a lot of boards over the last 30-something years here, Miami-Dade County Public School Systems, University of Florida Extension Service. You know, always there was a board liaison there that took recommendations and solved the problem if they could solve them at their administrative level, okay? If it took a motion from the board to pass it on to the county commission or whomever else, that was made, and you know, that went through the administrative process to get dealt with.
Dan, what's P&P working on now?
What are we working on right now? Well, honestly, there's 4 pages of minutes. And
You don't want to say?
Yeah, I honestly, right off the top of my head, right at this minute, we work on a lot of things. We work on maintenance issues in the village. We work on the athletic field out here. We work on proposals that are being made to delete the field, change the use of the athletic field. We talk about specific maintenance.
Do you give directives to staff?
You know what? We can't give directives to staff.
Okay.
Can we?
No.
Right. Absolutely not.
Doesn't the field...
So the point is, they don't have to interpret what we say as a directive, okay? Because we can't give them directives, and they know it. They should know it.
Doesn't the field come under RAB, or do you have joint meetings with them to talk about the recreation area?
Parks and parkways. This is a park. We discuss it, and if necessary, we have that conversation.
It's a park where recreation happens, so I'm just asking you.
Yeah, well, you know, 10 years ago, I said we didn't need 2 boards, Parks and Parkways and ecology, okay? And there's also overlapping in the recreation board, but generally we took what we are tasked with, and we said that when there's mole crickets on the field, we bring it to the attention of staff. When there's a lot of mole cricket damage on the field that's been going on for 3-4 weeks, we asked the question, how come?
But I think that's, and listen, I'm not here to criticize what you guys do amazing work, and you spend a lot of time, I know that. I just think the issue is maybe the venue to express those concerns is at the commission meetings
Really,
rather than.
I'm going to ask you. It is 11:15, okay? Do you really want a half an hour discussion from every single board about the minutia that's frankly put down in minutes, okay?
No, I don't think, if it's put down in minutes, I don't think it's necessary for you to get up there and reiterate it. No,
So if there, you know, if there is a specific motion that the board has made, okay, other places I've worked, okay, staff, and I understand this is burdensome. It was burdensome because I did it, okay, for 2 boards, okay, to pull those motions off and put them in the form of a resolution as a recommendation to the board. That's how it was done elsewhere. That's pretty burdensome. You know, I would rather the commission members read the minutes, pain in the neck, okay? I can tell you that it's a pain in the neck to produce them too.
We do read it. They're all here for us, so we do read the minutes.
Well, no, there are motions on there sometimes. I have never, ever heard a commentary or a mention of a recommendation that was made by a board on any of the issues that we've made recommendations. Never. Okay? Never was it mentioned that Parks and Parkways Board made a motion to do such and such. Okay? What do you think about that? Okay? You know.
Okay.
So it goes both ways. You know, we follow the procedure. We work with staff. Okay? Sometimes it's a tough meeting. Okay? Sometimes we're disappointed that staff doesn't get back with us with information. Happens. Okay? You know. Sometimes we think it goes into, it feels like it goes into a black hole.
But that's my point, is you're expecting staff to report.
Provide us with information? Absolutely. How the heck are we
think
going to
that's-
get information about something that we see as an issue?
Yeah.
Okay? So we can turn around and make a recommendation to you if necessary, unless staff hears the recommendation and says, that's a good idea. Let's do that.
Okay, all right, let's hear from, yeah, sure.
You may not remember, but I believe it was from Park and Parkway minutes, or perhaps a conversation with us, between us, that I implemented or had the commission, brought to the commission to implement having all of the board minutes incorporated in our agenda, because we said there seemed to be a disconnect.
Yeah, well, that was at my recommendation, by the way. That's how it got to you. Guaranteed. Guaranteed.
I'm
You
sure
can
I
both
owe,
take
I'm
credit
sure
for
I owe you that idea,
Okay.
yes. But that was a way of bringing the board's actions
Absolutely.
to the commission, and I think that there's
Absolutely.
more transparency now. It's on there.
I agree
We read
wholeheartedly.
them.
Thank you for taking,
But, yeah, and I think that it's really helped us also follow what the boards are doing. Or when they're not doing, or, I mean, there were some minutes in this agenda packet from one of the boards that just were blank minutes. So that sort of raised a flag for me. What conversation took place, we don't know. What action was taken, we don't know. But I was looking at your July 15th minutes,
okay.
and there's, underscore and bold.
Yeah,
And
you
I'm
bet.
trying to understand, were people yelling at each other? What are you trying to convey to us there?
Bold and underlined. You got it. You got the message. If we can talk about specifics if you want later on, but it has to do with some good recommendations, good information that we relayed to staff, okay, on some fairly important things that for whatever reason, one, we didn't get a report back, okay? Okay, and this was important stuff, okay?
Because that's
Right.
not staff's job, is to
Right.
report back to you. I'm sorry, Dan. Let's hear from Dan. Let's hear from Dan. Samaria.
No, okay.
I
It's,
think-
okay, it's staff's responsibility then to resolve the problem. In my opinion, we made a recommendation, I think, okay, a motion.
A problem that you perceive, but
Right.
that's not staff's job.
Well,
Anyway, let's hear from Dan.
then the answer needs to come back that we haven't seen that as a problem.
Okay.
Mayor? Mayor?
Dan, I'm
You know,
sorry, just wait.
The manager's already said that what I gathered, there isn't a problem with with working with the boards. So if the manager, let me ask that question. Is there a problem? Because what I was hearing from you, it sounded like you guys are working very well with each other, with the boards.
I
Understand.
have no concerns about continuing to have staff attend the board meetings, but I do have concern when the public record is presented in tonight's agenda, and there's minutes that are basically approved now saying that staff basically is sleeping on the job, and that staff has disappointed a board. That's not what staff's relationship with the board should be.
But is the normal, excluding that?
And no,
you
well,
guys
that's,
are working-
What minutes?
after that, I've directed staff to pull back, because it's demoralizing.
What minutes are you talking about? There's no
As
board that's.
For an example, staying with that first board, the bold and highlighted minutes talk about some process of adding soil to the top of the roots or something that was being recommended by Park and Parkways, and then I'm advised that the vendor who installed this plant material specifically instructed for that kind of thing to happen. So there's conflicting sort of advice, and
That's not not even.
And just because staff doesn't,
I won't speak in the
address-
vague. I won't speak in the vague. I never have and I won't. We've designed a building under an architect and an engineer. The architect and the engineer for many months worked on the site drainage issue. I was very open and honest with the commission during the manager's report about that drainage issue. It's in all the weekly updates as we were leading up to it. The final drainage plan was presented to the commission and it showed the final site layout. Part of that is not the best plan, but it's the only plan we could do based on the professional architect and engineer's drawing of the plan and Miami-Dade County Durham's Department permitting of the plan. But when you read these minutes, it sounds like that we just totally were disrespectful and disregarded the board, which is not the right process. We worked with our vendor, our professional. The board had pointed out this condition to staff several months ago prior to the finalization of the site plan and asked that the condition be remedied. The board members discussed their extreme disappointment that changes were not made prior to construction of the building.
Right, if that's not giving directives to staff, then I don't know what is.
And it's on the public record now because you all approved it during consent agenda, that's fine. That's part of the process here. But I'm just saying, that's our legacy.
Whoa, we don't approve the minutes. The boards approve their minutes.
Well, you
We just
accepted them.
accept
You accepted them, but it's in the public record, and
We
that's our
accepted,
legacy.
but that's what they said they did.
Yep.
We don't know that they didn't do that. We assume that's what
All
they
right,
did, not that we
Oh, I'm
approved
not
that they
asking
did
them to
it.
change the minutes. I'm just saying that's
Well,
what we're walking away with.
I want to stay with Parks and Parkways for a minute. I have a comment which I was actually going to make in my commissioner comment at the end, but I think this is a good time to make it because we're talking about what the board's role is. And I will remind you all that in the beginning of this meeting tonight, when there were public comments, Barbara Kuehl was very outspoken about how wrong she thought it was that the village would spend $100,000 for some landscaping plan for medians throughout the village. And frankly, I completely agree with her. I think it's outrageous that we should spend that kind of money. And I will tell you that I have been pleading with Parks and Parkways for years, in other words, even before I was on the commission, please to produce for us a unified plan for the medians in the village. And I would like the commission to ask Parks and Parkways to do that. I would like that to be their mission so they can save us the $100,000 and we don't then have to go pay some landscape architect to do something that Barbara Kuehl doesn't want them to do and I don't want them to do and probably nobody who pays taxes here wants them to do.
Okay. Dan.
Okay, as chairman, I want, because Rosemary's better at talking, so I want to pass it on to Rosemary. One thing I will say is, as far as the fundraising is concerned, we haven't done any fundraising except for the bike stuff. I understood that as my company, I can do fundraising and then donate the money to the foundation, and then the foundation would put it to where I would like it to go for the rec center. That was the thing, and that's where we have staying. As far as I'll let Ms. Rosemary talk. As far as the bikers, we were handed this to us, and we had to figure out a way of paying for stuff that usually the village would pay for, paper clips, different items, and we had to figure out a way to do that. So anyway, I'll let Rosemary.
Mayor, just real quick, if
Yes.
you want to continue the meeting.
Okay. Is there a motion to continue?
Yeah, motion for 15 minutes.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right.
All those in favor?
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Rosemary.
I won't talk that long. First of all, I want to give each of you 7 pages of summary that you'll read when you have some time. Because I wasn't able to get this to you earlier. You all have these.
We do.
Okay. Good evening.
Is this a board?
I'm Rosemary Weiss,
Is this a board?
116th Street. And apparently I've done this all totally backwards.
right, he just-
Because when I came up with the idea at our board meeting in March, we thought it was a good idea to do a bike race. So I started thinking about it.
And the first person I mentioned it to, just as an offhand, was to Celicia, and just happened, Heidi came along. And I mentioned the idea to her. And I was thinking of doing it in July, and she said, the August 15th is a much better venue because it's the back-to-school Children's Safety Day. So we continued from there. I didn't know I had to present my idea to the commission first. But we actually did it much quicker by going through Heidi and the staff, which did an outstanding job and let me have carte blanche with approval as I went step by step by step by step to where we are today, and the plans are finished. The only thing now left to do is to come and have a good time. Everything is done with the help of Heidi and her staff, especially Celicia and Cushion, and I've worked with them, they work with me. I didn't think I had to go to the commission for every minutiate little detail that was necessary. We were asked to oversee the whole event, so there would be one person or one group organizing all of the events at that time, which made sense to me instead of having two or three different people trying to organize one day's events. So here we are today. If you would like the advisory boards to be advisory, we'll be advisory only from this point. We can back off. We don't have to get involved physically. We can get involved mentally to make ideas and suggestions to the commission, and then you do with the ideas whatever you want, as long as you know that it came from us. We can do that. But for right now, I'm just worried about the bike race. And I have all the volunteers, everybody's lined up. Any questions you want to ask me? You're going to yell at me for doing this backwards?
It's all in here.
Pardon me?
It's all in here.
It's all there, A to Z.
Okay, thank you, Rosemary.
So
Rosemary, you didn't
if I
do-
fall in the canal tomorrow, you guys can run
She
it
needs-
without me.
She needs to ask you something
Yes,
specific.
Roxy? You asked.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that when we said the boards are advisory, it doesn't mean that you can't work with staff on a project. The
All
idea,
right.
though, is that.
Question of fundraising, let me back off on that. I initially had said we could charge an admission fee to enter the bike race. The board decided on the $5, and I was asked why, and I said, well, we've got to pay for things. Now, granted, we got donations from various people for banners, for medals, for et cetera. We have sponsorship that's providing food, a backpack that we're raffling off for free, but there's a lot of incidentals that take up a lot of money to run this type of a thing. And the Recreation Board will pay for those projects and all the materials that are necessary to put this out. So the money that we collect will automatically go to be deposited with the foundation, and bills will be presented and paid. So it will pay for itself.
Rosemary,
And whatever money's left over, we'll buy whatever we need for the rec center. Yes, Ray?
You didn't do or not do anything. You're not the chair of this board. However, if
But
you
I'm the race coordinator.
If you got assigned to be the spokesperson, that's fine. But the protocol was that the board would come to the commission and say, we're thinking about doing a bike race, and the commission would either say it's a great idea or it's a terrible idea. And if the commission thought it was a great idea, then we'd ask the manager if she's, how she'd like to put this together.
I think I already said I'm sorry for doing this
You
backwards.
don't have to apologize. That's
Well-
what I'm telling you. You're not the chair. You don't have to apologize for anything.
Yes, I do, 'cause I did
But
it.
I'm just telling you what the protocol is supposed to be.
From now on, we'll follow your protocol.
And nobody held any board to this until tonight. So you're off the hook. But just from now on.
I mean, is all of this brouhaha because of what we did?
No.
No.
Oh.
No. Rosemary, don't forget you're supposed to ask for permission to do the fundraising through the admission fee.
Yeah.
She's asking you right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
what
whatever
we need to do-
sponsors the board can get for events that'll pay for things, then that's not fundraising.
Do we need to have a motion to?
Yeah, you should make a
allow?
motion at the
Okay, I
end.
make a motion.
All right, I make a motion that I sit down.
Motion by Commissioner Anderson, second.
What's the
Yeah.
motion?
Yeah,
Okay.
second, yeah.
What's the motion?
The motion is to allow them to collect a fee to pay
Admission,
what's it, $5?
$5 admission.
But it's not the board that's charging the fee, it's the village.
Well, right, the board's not a legal entity.
Right.
Okay, so there's a second, Commissioner Jonas?
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great. Okay.
What did you just do?
We
Gave you
just-
permission
we
to
just-
charge the fee.
I'm sorry, we approved what you wanted, so you can charge the $5. All right, any other?
It's already in print anyway, thank you.
Okay, any other board members? No? Okay.
Well, it will be.
Village manager.
I just want to bring up two things that came up during public comments. Would you like us to bring back some discussion about open house signs for the next
Yes,
meeting?
definitely.
Okay,
Yeah,
we'll do
yeah,
that next
yeah.
meeting. And we, also, there was some discussion about the noise ordinance. Do you want to do that? real quick? Or,
Yeah, sure. Well, let me first piggyback on the open house signs. I was going, under my city attorney, there's a new Supreme Court case came out, Reed v. Town of Gilbert, which addresses actually directional signage and expanded what they consider content-based. And so all cities are looking at it. It's going to affect probably our election sign code as well. So it's not a bad time to take the open house too, which is also a temporary sign. It will necessitate probably a change in our ordinance anyway, so that's a good thing that we may bring it back or at least update you next meeting because it just came in.
Okay.
Okay.
It's Reed v. Town of Gilbert, Arizona, Gilbert, Arizona.
it had-
Okay, Commissioner Watts?
I just have a question about this prohibition of open house signs. I've seen open house signs for 20 years.
I know, people put them out, but sometimes Reggie picks them up if they're on the swale or on public property.
They could, yeah.
I've seen them, yeah.
And
Yeah,
I
they're
think,
out there,
I think,
but-
I mean, based on my conversation with Ms. Montori this week, she wants to be compliant with code while
Right.
she's promoting houses. So she wants to make sure that the code allows something like this.
Okay,
We'll go back to the
Okay,
noise ordinance
I'll do
just
that-
real
I'll
quick.
do it
Thank
later.
you. Regarding the log cabin restoration, our log specialist from Michigan left at the beginning of last week after doing a lot of work on the reconstruction of the roof, where the other roof formerly used to be, as well as repairing logs that were deteriorated throughout the log cabin, as well as introducing windows back in where there used to be doors. The foundation piers are all in place, as well as the support beams all have their, what are those wood blocks called? No, the wood blocks next to the beams. The supports. The braces, thank you. The braces on the foundation logs. We expect to continue with the flooring inside as well as the roof in the very near future, and that's progressing very well. The annex, the new Village Hall was supposed to be completed last week. Based on the extension that was granted, they were supposed to meet substantial completion last week. They have not. The village attorney and I are in contact about that. It's just a formality. Basically, liquidated damages started on Saturday with at $500 a day. I'm guessing that it'll probably be another week until they hit substantial completion. It's, you know, the fact that we broke ground ceremoniously in mid-December and they really started working on the project in January, this isn't that unexpected. We did receive a letter, and I think we reported that out at the last commission meeting, because it's been some time since we received a letter from the state saying that we were okay, and we had basically until September 15th to get all our paperwork in. So we were able to get the extra 90 days extension that we were verbally promised, but we have that in writing now. So that pressure's just a little bit off of us when it comes to this June 30th deadline that we initially had. So I expect us to be moving in about 2 weeks, slowly but surely, back into Village Hall with a ceremonial ribbon cutting taking place on Monday, August 24th at 10 a.m. in the morning. During that time, we will also be providing tours of the log cabin restoration. We're working on with our restoration contractor to set up a secure site at that time for people to at least get a peek of what's going on behind the fence. Regarding annexation, there's no update right now that I can give. I'm hoping for next week for the mayor and I to be able to make some connections, both with people from the county as well as North Miami, regarding the next steps in us proceeding. The county staff is working on putting our application together to go to the county commission sometime after their summer recess, so most likely at the September or October meeting, and that's the latest update I have on that.
On the issue of annexation, log cabin, ribbon cutting, I want to make sure that we're extending invitations to the people in the annex area for all of these events so that we can just get to know each other.
We definitely will. Just as a point of information, we worked with Chuck Ross, chairman of Crime Watch, to reach out to the annexation area for National Night Out as well last night.
Manager, are we reaching out to previous people who were on the commission and the board members that actually helped to design that
Yes,
original building?
It's the same invitation list that we used for the groundbreaking. It includes elected officials from other municipalities, all of our board members, and all of our living past mayors and commissioners, as
Also,
well
too,
as former staff.
just as a side point, on where the water retention area is, it's like a pond for rainwater. It looks like it'd be a perfect place to have some fish in there. Go fishing.
Okay.
What do you want, trout?
Yes.
All right. Anything else?
No, I'll let the attorney.
Just briefly on our noise ordinance, it's certainly not a newer noise ordinance, but it does, any time of day, any loud or excessive noise can be enforced, and that's how we have enforced it. And then it talks about, among other things, and lists other things, and then the last part does talk about other noise between 11 and 7, but anything that's loud and excessive, and really under the law, it has to disturb the neighborhood. We have been enforcing and can enforce here.
Yeah, it's the same as the county.
It's very similar.
Okay. All right, announcements.
Thank you, Mayor. Monday, August 10th is Coast Compliance Board at 7 p.m. Tuesday, August 11th is our first budget workshop at 6:30 p.m. Wednesday, August 12th is Public Art Advisory Board at 6 p.m. Saturday, August 15th is our Back to School Children's Safety Day and our first annual Children's Bike Race that starts at 9 a.m. Monday, August 17th, Ecology Board at 6:30 p.m. Monday, August 17th, Planning and Zoning Board at 6:30 p.m. Tuesday, August 18th will be our second budget workshop at 6:30 p.m. Wednesday, August 19th is Parks and Parkway Advisory Board at 7 p.m. Monday, August 24th is the Biscayne Park Foundation at 7 p.m. Tuesday, August 25th is the Recreation Advisory Board at 7 p.m. And our next regular commission meeting is Tuesday, September 1st at 7 p.m.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, there's
No.
one other thing. Did anyone want to put items on the next agenda?
Yeah, I want to have a discussion about how we can be much more effective about enforcing codes. This has been going on for a long time. Everybody's complaining about it, and we need to talk about it.
Okay. Commissioner Watts?
I would like to discuss resolution supporting the movement begun by Lynette Milan to replace the statue of Edwin Kirby Smith, Confederate General, in the state's capital with the statue of Michael Stoneman Douglas.
Okay. Anything else?
Just an announcement, there'll be a meeting of the Coastal Corridor, Clean Energy Coastal Corridor, on Friday, August 7th at 9 a.m. And that meeting will be held in the chambers of Bay Harbor Islands.
Okay. Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Not that bad.